Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
creative actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Welcome back, everyone. It's day number 2 of the lower bracket. Does mean it's the final day for some of these teams. Definitely not going to be the final day for us three, though. But we've got some interesting games to cover. Before we get into the action and review the action that was yesterday, let's just remind ourselves, Gibson, of how we made it here so far.
So for those of you joining, this is the second day of the lower bracket, but we'll get to that in a second. We started way back with the open qualifiers, where the top teams made it through to the upper bracket alongside the invited teams inside the tournament. The bottom 8 teams from the upper bracket, which was then played over the previous weekend, would qualify through to the lower bracket, joining 8 more teams from the open qualifiers, which gives us our 16-team lobby, which is full of brilliant teams from top to bottom. But what are these teams playing for? They're playing for the chance of the top 8 to join the top 8 from the upper bracket to give us our full grand finals lobby on Friday, Saturday and Sunday of this week.
It is a difficult... We saw an explosive first 5 games in the lower bracket, and definitely we've been talking about this a lot. The upper bracket for me has been pretty tight anyway, but this is that final day, as I mentioned. We are going to take a break, though, tomorrow before we kick things back off on Friday, and that is going to be where the prize pool comes into play. But it's not just the money, though, that we're looking for. It is a good amount of the lion's share of the prize pool, but I think these guys, Felix, are going to be looking for 2 Magic Golden tickets.
Absolutely, it is PAX Spring that everyone's been waiting for, not only the big teams, but also some of the teams that maybe haven't made it through the open qualifiers for PAX Spring already, right? There's been some upsets. We're talking about formulation, but also about some of the teams that we've seen coming to the lower bracket right here. So these spots are incredibly important to make it to the biggest event in the first half of the 2024 season.
But let's remind ourselves, though, there's a prize pool, but the teams actually made it through on that lower brackets, because as Gibson said, we did go through the upper bracket. Some of these teams had a second chance. Now it's just a final attempt to get themselves into that grand final, but half of these teams came straight into this and are not able to qualify on that upper bracket. Really impressed with a couple of teams here. So 7 Gaming really put a massive effort in. I love that How's come out swinging and twisted minds, Gibson, but there's some huge player names across all 16 teams.
Yeah, you've mentioned some teams. You've not even spoken about the likes of LulW, GG, Mad Bulls, even Tractor Team, who have a lot of fans in chat, which is good to see.
Oh, yeah.
It is a very fun one. And then you've got teams like Plinske Bocce, who have just been fragging out this whole lobby. It's honestly, this lobby is every bit as good as what we had in the upper bracket finals. Obviously, FaZe ran away with that one. But for these teams, right, it's not only the grand final that they're playing for. They're playing for the opportunity to get a wild card spot through to PEC, which is worth its weight in gold, right, Felix? Because if you don't get into PEC through this, you're in a straight rush against every other team in Europe to qualify.
Well, it is I suppose the shoulders, the weighted section Gibson is on. I say more some of these teams. We look at the GG, we look at our Mad Balls, even look at the teams like Entropic. Like expectations are for them to already be in PEC, and Gibson, they've only got 5 more games to do it today. It's going to be tough, but can they deal with that level of pressure? Because again, as much as the prize pool's thereabouts, and the guys will be fighting for some money, the wild card for me, they're the big tickets, they're the big golden items for some of these.
100%. If you can get through to PEC without even having to go through the open qualifiers, you can sit back and you can relax and you can just prepare for the event itself. So that's what these teams are going for. You mentioned Entropic as one of the teams that'll be wanting to do that. Well, Falix spoke in depth yesterday about teams not having a long-term vision going into these games. You know, they're just thinking in the here and now. Entropic are a team that fell for that a lot of times. They didn't really be proactive enough at times. They were very slow in decision making, and because of it, they found themselves a little bit behind the rest of the pack, and it was the more proactive teams yesterday that were the ones picking up the majority of the points.
Well, there is one team that has been really farming some of those points. Before we get into the leaderboard, though, I really want to look back at the highlights from those first 5 games. And you're right, Falix brought a lot of analytics behind it. And with a lot of these teams cutting themselves short, there was one team that rose above the rest, and that's Twisted Minds. And even from this first game, great zone control here. Falix, obviously, they didn't have to move too much as the zone played into him. They then ensured they got as many points, and it kind of felt like that set the pace for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we were going into this lower bracket expecting Twisted Minds to come out swinging. We know they are a lower bracket team, so to speak. They love playing in the lower bracket. They feel at home there. They like the pressure, and they don't want to be in front early on in the tournament. And that's what they showed us. They showed us great, consistent play throughout these 5 matches. But then again, as you said, they didn't have the hardest of times, especially in the first 2 games, right? They are a power grid team. They like to play there early on as well if they do get the centralized circle. And so we saw also lots of aggression towards all the other edges, and that's why they didn't have to play with a lot of teams in that base 4, 5, and even 6 kind of level of play. So very interesting. They still made it work in the rest of the games as well. So it wasn't only the first round that we saw plenty of points going their way, but overall, yeah, I'm not so worried. Even if they do not get the circle F and fragging out, and that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, and Plinskabachi were the team that was doing the majority of the fragging out yesterday. First few maps, the placement points weren't there to be had, but as the day progressed, they got their macro a little bit better. They were team fighting in a better way so they could get trades and get people back on their feet. And even more impressive than that, I think, is the fact that these teams seem to be taking advantage of the chaos around them.
Oh, yes.
Are we lost Falix?
Have we lost Gibson is the question.
Oh, there he's back. He's back.
I thought you'd something to
What are
add
you
there,
doing
Falix.
to me?
Of course, I have plenty to add. You were talking about the chaos.
Yeah.
You were talking about the chaos, and I just wanted to add, that is exactly what we saw in the first 2, maybe even 3 games, right? Plenty of Ks on the edges, plenty of teams that have, once again, compressed to the lower bracket that we saw now playing very aggressive in the early stages, and that's what we expected as well. That's what we saw in the open qualifier games. That's why plenty of the teams that didn't make it to the upper bracket didn't make it to the upper bracket in the first place, right? Because they went too aggressive, because they had just you know, fragging ability, but weren't necessarily too easy on the rotates. They didn't try to do these big wraps that we usually saw from some of these GPT teams. So yeah, I'm expecting that to continue today, and once again, that's what we saw the first 2 games.
Let's talk about some of those big teams, big names, and there's one of them again, that Twisted Minds. Just love how they play. I love watching how they're picking things down. I think they got a bit aggressive at the end here. I think they've bagged the points though, right, with 31 kills, 23 placement points. I think out of all the teams, they're pretty settled and they get a good consistency. You mentioned Plin though, Gibson, right? Yes, they were fragging hard, but they've only got 11 points. And we actually saw teams fall, like Twisted Minds, in the upper bracket to not getting the placement points. So surely Plin have got a big decision here, Gibson. Do they continue what they're doing? It's working. Or do they risk maybe changing their game style to get a bit of a better balance to pick up some of those placement points?
I think when they're playing the way they are right now, they don't have to change anything at all. One of the biggest problems that teams make when they get into situations on the final day of qualifiers is they forgot what they were doing that got them to where they were today, and they try to change things far too abruptly. For Plinskabachi, they're sitting inside the top 4. If they just keep picking up kill points like that, they should be a cert to make it through for the next round. And with players like they have, the experience the roster has, I have no doubt whatsoever that they will continue to keep playing the way they have. On the other side of that coin, though, is we have several teams now within touching distance of the top 8 mark, right? There's 17 points between 8th and last. That is one good game inside of this lobby. You can see a team change its fortunes. But the number of the day going into today is what? Unlucky 13? We have 4 teams from 13th place down, sitting on 13 points total.
Which have 17 points to get. I think that's when you joined in, and we was like, well, what's the talking points today? And both of you were like, well, unlucky 13 seems to be sitting here at the moment. You're right, there are 17 points for some of these teams to get. Now, we know, for those that have been around PUBG and played it a lot, one game can really change that. We've seen consistently 20-point games back-to-back anyway, so I'm not too worried. It is quite funny to see multiple teams on the same amount of points. Actually, do you know what? Let's have a look at that leaderboard while we are talking about the points, because we can really break down that actually one game here, Felix, is going to change. And let's talk about that right-hand side of that table. Aku, Devan, Tractor Team, who's got, again, huge fans in chat, and the LUOW boys, they're unable to get any placement points. But again, if they come back in, 5 games to go, it can be a different outcome for them.
Yeah, we got a shout out Tractor Team. As you guys said already, massive fans in the chat. Keep on supporting your team because they need it. And yeah, as you said, everyone can still do it. But then again, it's only 5 matches. And usually, I'm an optimist, right? Usually I'm an optimist and I'm saying these guys can all come back, yada, yada, yada. We know how it goes, how an analyst usually speaks. But honestly, 13 points. If you don't start off right away up the first game, I think that's kind of a make or break. Because at one point, are we expecting that to change? And so far, we just haven't seen it. So I'm not expecting it to change either. Especially Haiku and Divan, who both have big struggles as well on the rotates. They've very much struggled to get into centralized positions. So yeah, I'm not so sure if that's going to change. We'll have to wait and see. But I think the first 2 games are make or break.
It is going to be a make or break though, Gibson. And again, it's another point that we love talking about, because sometimes an initial game, a game number 1, really can set the pace for you going into actually losing a game, a best of 5 this evening.
It is, and I think yesterday Fairy Tail were the exception that proves the rule. Usually a good start to the day results in a pretty good consistency all the way through. However, for Fairy Tail, they got more than, or almost half of their total kill points and essentially all their placement points in game number 1 yesterday. And I said so importantly for them was finding consistency, because they're a team that have a really high ceiling, but when things go bad, the wheels seem to come off of Fairy Tail, and it was the same problem that We Live Again had last year. So can Fairy Tail find consistency going into day 2? I think they 100% have the ability to do so, but their biggest enemy right now is probably themselves.
Yeah, I also want to talk about Brightside. For me, he's always been kind of the core of this roster in terms of fragging power, and we just haven't really seen him show up in the way that we're used to. And I feel like it's the same with a lot of these teams down there. Just team play wise, getting into positions where they can just have these isolated fights. It's just not been happening for them. Yeah, at this point, I'm concerned as well.
Let's just carry on Fairy Tail, because I did say this yesterday. Miramar seems to be the map they like, and that's where we saw the points we put on the board for them. They just need to figure out how to rotate, especially in that Taego. It seems to be the one they struggle with. They get thereabouts, but we had a big zone shift though, Gibson, up towards that sort of north side again. They went for a huge wide wrap and lost so much time, and more importantly, information trying to come into the zone.
Yeah, time, information in players' lives all going down on the way through in those rotates. And I think that's something that you can fix. Like, if you look back, if they watched back the VODs, which I think that the players who are serious about qualifying probably did do last night with, watching back the Twire, watching back everything they could to see where everyone was dropping and what timings people had on the rotates. You need to study that to path your way into the circle. And it's not just them, right? I'm actually going to speak to Felix about this one. We saw yesterday Twisted Minds getting fed the center circle the whole way through a game. And because that's not the way they want to play, they weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, very interesting. Absolutely. I think they were almost kind of it's kind of surprised themselves, kind of shocked, because we saw they didn't really make anything out of that power grid position. They kind of just waited until they did have to move, and then breached that shack in the very first game. And that's unusual, right? They were, I want to say, not lucky enough, but they were at least proactive enough in order to get at least, I think, 4, 5, maybe even 6 kill points up until that point. But due to the fact that they just didn't have to move, they didn't have to play proactive, didn't have to gather out of positions, and there wasn't even much to begin with. Usually, if you do play power grid, you're expecting other teams to breach you, other teams to engage you, not the other way around. So I think that really didn't benefit them at all. And as you said, sometimes the other way around. Center circle doesn't give you everything you need.
Well, I want to pull you guys a little bit lower down on that table still before we go all the way up to that top, because there's a couple of teams here which I feel like, especially in the pre-show yesterday, we were not expecting them to be lurking this low. I want to kick things off though with Entropic, but we're soon going to be talking about that kind of GG. And Phalanx, Entropic for me, we go back to that wild card. I feel like the wild card out of all the teams that I'm looking here, it will mean the most for that team to grab hold of that ticket.
Arguably, I want to say Matt Bulls is a big contender in that as well, in that discussion, but both of these teams definitely need it. Both these teams have just recently been picked up by big orgs. We all know these orgs have a long standing, whether it be in PUBG or PUBG Mobile, so these teams are at the heart of the scene, and they will bring in fans, and that's always massive for the scene itself. For these players, I mean, how long have we seen a Matt Bulls lineup like this with these talented players not play at the top of the scene? So yeah, as you said, also the qualifier isn't even open for PEC. So who knows? We've seen so many upsets. This is your best chance. I think this is an even likelier chance than going through the whole PEC qualifiers because of how hard it is to play qualifiers with all these other rather unknown teams that you will face until the very end.
It's the dangers of the groups. And look, Gibson, let's talk GG. Miramar was right. That kind of was thereabouts, but they've just fallen short. They've got to go back to the drawing board, though, looking at the best of 5 situation. Are you expecting them to change things up a lot here, or do you think they're just going to tighten down their world-class roster and get some heavy points on the board?
That's the question that people have been asking about these players since they won PGC. They went on a dramatic slide through 2023. Nobody expected that team to perform as poorly as they did with the talent that they have. You've seen it at the start of this year when they made the switch to GG. They added in the new player. Like Levante is a guy that I was really happy for when he got that move. Like he's going to learn a ton on that roster. At the start of the year, and I know that a lot of people will watch some of the scrims and you can't take any one scrim in isolation, but they blew very hot and cold. There was nights when they were dominating, and then there was nights when you're going, is this really a team of 3 former world champions? And I think that they've really struggled with their pacing over the course of, the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I want to add to that as well. Their macro seems different. Yeah. I feel like they're more short-sighted in terms of the rotations they do and the decisions they make. Very often I've seen them get into fights where I was very surprised, and I was like, hey, that's kind of a fight that maybe you should have taken a phase beforehand. Or even 2 phases beforehand, right, in order to set yourselves up. Well, these guys have never been scared of taking early fights in order to set yourself up for this winning path, so to speak, for this red line, to have this winning the round in the head, and as the big overlaying goal. So I was very surprised. Also, I gotta say, Uber so far hasn't really felt comfortable in this lineup, at least from looking at it from the outside. I feel like he's not had this single kind of fragging presence that we normally see, and the lineup hasn't really revolved around in the way that I would have expected it to.
I have one question for you though, Phalanx, and I'll keep it short and sweet. Do you think the reason the GG macro has changed is because they play so similarly to what Navi's new roster do because they have the same coach, and because Navi have that GPT status, that they're the ones that need to change because they're the ones that have a lot more to lose?
Well, I'll keep it short and simple as well. I think it isn't the only reason, but I think it's a big part of it, yes.
Is a big part, and there's a lot of questions that we've seen online. Anyway, let's have a look. What have we got coming up this day? I've got the clearance that the plane is checked and refueled, and we're getting some of these players through security. But what have we got on today? As we mentioned before, it is a best of 5, so we are going to be kicking things back off with Miramar. Double Miramars, as I said, teams like Fairy Tail, some teams favour this map. They want the freedom, they want the space, and then it changes pace for me. We hit that Taego on match number 3, and it just goes full hell to the metal, and then we're going to finish things up. Game number 4, game number 5 will be our Erangel, the OG, the glory, the one you love there, Gibson. But there's only 5 games left. It means we are only taking a top 8 after this evening, and they will be the ones that be joining themselves in towards those grand finals. We'll have a look a little bit later at the teams that have already made it here. But as I said before, we need to get ready. The planes are ready. It's refueled. It's going. We've got to say goodbye to Phalanx now, Gibson, because we have to roll in. It's game number 1, and it's coming up shortly.
So what you've said is we've just got rid of the brains of the operation, and you're just here with the 2 fights now to get us through with the rest of this broadcast. I'm excited for this one. This is where Fairy Tail started really well yesterday. I wonder if they can do the exact same thing today. But there is only 5 maps. That's 5 chances for these teams to get enough points to qualify through to the top 8. But day 2 of Brutality starts now. Here we go. Game number 1 on Miramar.
Let's get it. Game number 1. Not a bad flight path. It coming from west down towards the southeast does sort of draw us down to this south side again of Miramar. We know how dangerous the Los Leones have been. We know the outside edges of Los Leones has really hoovered up a lot of those kills and fallen victim, not just to friendly fire, but also those blue zones as they'll push out. Let's see if the teams will go for a slight drop. There is a contention I've seen on Discord and the rumours that we might see again some early action, should we say. But with a flight path like this, we might be fighting for some cars.
So what you're saying is you've seen on Discord that there might be some discourse between some of these players in the early stages here on Miramar. Big thing is it's, as you pointed out, a little bit more southern favoured, this flight path, than what we've had a few of the other maps, which does mean that teams that drop a little bit further north, like Water Treatment, like Hacienda, have that little bit further to go. Big thing for me, though, is start off strong. If you want to get a good day going, there's only 5 maps to do it. There's only 17 points between 8th and 16th. So let's just put it into context. If one of the teams at the bottom, like Tractor Team, get a 7+ kill win in game number 1, they find themselves in the top 8.
It's just crazy how tight these upper bracket and lower bracket has been. It's just insane. I absolutely love it. It does mean that one game will make a change. WLA, they only seems to be eager to continue. They are just cresting on the outside at 9th at the moment, so they're going to jump for the cars and get moving. We expect them to move a bit more towards that northeast section. Come out of a gun range of the house, which are currently really well performing, I'd say, in the lower bracket so far.
Yeah, can we just point out how little playable area there actually is inside this circle? So much of the west is taken up by that mountain range that you cannot play inside of, and most of these players are going to look at the southern of, Drumstick Island by Prison as unplayable too, because the zone's not going to shift there. So realistically, we have a phase 2 circle already for these teams to fight inside. With it being like this too, we'll see a lot of teams try rotate very early. Again, Plinska Bocha can make that rotate down around the coastline in through Resort and Puerto Preso. You're looking at the teams on the west side of the map like Devan and maybe Lil W as coming down that road towards Death Valley as well. But Mark, this is very little playable area, and don't be surprised if we lose a couple of players in the first 10 minutes of this game.
Well, again, these guys are going to be knowing that there's no ascend here, so Val's going to be clear. So an early rotation should come in. It looks like Entropic trying to take a little bit of what I call Death Valley. So we take one of these. Obviously, Fairy Tail, we know, perform on this map. They prefer the sand in between their tippy toes. So they're going to rotate their way down as well. Still quite surprised not as many teams getting in those cars, or they might just be looking for some E-pickups.
And I think an E-pickup's such a great addition to the game. Was it Mad Bulls that we saw yesterday in one of their games? They sent 3 players via car, and I think they put Ibby on the emergency pickup to scout everything out for the rest of the teams on their way in. So I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if that is the case. But I love what Entropic have done very early. As you can see, they've pushed in towards the centre of the circle, taking control of the hills. And Fairy Tail, who we spoke about rotations yesterday being a problem, they have moved very early as well. Shots will come in from Entropic, which will turn them back the other way. But I like this proactiveness from Fairy Tail, and they need it in day 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for a bit of a 2-2 as well. See this a few times from teams. Like 2 would take the church and 2 would go up to the mountain a little bit more on that west. So they do have a race, unfortunately, on their hands as a low W. And your W are also pushing for that side. It's worth noting as well, Gibson, if you find yourself in the valley, it's not too much of a bad shout. It just means as the zone eventually descends down to you, if you hold on to it, you just won't be getting the kills, or at least a high killing game, but you might be looking for those placement points.
Placement points are what get you qualifications and win events, right? It's all about consistency and getting into that top 8. And that's something Twisted Minds have done so well over the course of the first 5 maps yesterday. So wonder will day 2 be any different? Haiku rotating down the middle of the valley. They're going to come under fire from multiple different teams on the way past, but whether or not they'll take a knock is a different question. But Haiku, another team, Mark, that are in the bottom 4 on 13 points. They desperately need to get on the board, and here are those gunshots being fired we expected.
Yeah, keep the noise up, keep people moving. So we'll push down towards the south. There is Fairy Tale. Zublut takes a few shots, equal on the same. I think this is more about control of area, right? If you get a knock, get the flush in there as quickly as you can. But I suppose objective, don't crash my compound.
Yeah, that's it. It's like when you walk past the house, it's like a guard dog barking to let people know this is our territory. Gianni, though, from Entropic, we spoke about the fact they were close by, will get the opening knock on the bright side. And the big question is now, can they flush that one out? April took some fire as well.
Yes, he did take quite a bit of fun. This is an all-star lineup, though, for me. Fairy Tale. Kron is looking to try and control this section as well, but he's got to be cautious. The team's on the high ground. They're going to be looking down and causing a lot of damage down.
And as we look at all these teams inside the circle, a few more rotations going past. But I believe that Falix is coming in with something to give us some colour.
Yeah, you know, I might just take a short minute to kind of expand on what is happening right now, because we do have the time in the early game, don't we? Really interesting stuff. If you look at the circle, this is a way more centralized circle for almost all of these teams that are in close proximity of phase 1 than usual. Why? Because of the topology of the map itself. You can see all of these centralized spots are either very high or very low, and it's very hard to rotate either to the other side. There's this big street in the middle, and that kind of keeps the map itself down to 2 halves, right? The left half and the right half. And it's very hard, once again, it's very hard to cross to the left or the right or the other way around. So yeah, that's why if you do get into a centralized position, you have the least amount of rotate pathing that you need to take, whether or not it's going to shift east or west. So that's why a lot of these teams do go centralized and do go centralized up, because once again, it's really hard to get in from the outside. The only real options is towards the south. You can see a map also is trying their way to rotate in there, and how, because if you do make it to Vale or even the compounds on the street very down south, you can make it up the hill depending on how the sidelines go. So yeah, just a quick heads up on why these teams are all playing centralized at the moment.
Appreciate it, Fanix. And I thought I got rid of you once. Now I've got to say goodbye. Get out. Get out. Now you're always welcome in, especially to break down that early part of the game. Orclisto taking Brickyard. Love the update, though, on Miramar on this one. I think it's completely changed this area of the map as well. And as Fanix has mentioned, this is one of these points that if you want to work your way up, it's kind of that stopgap there, Gibson, that you can sort of leap your way in towards Brickyard before making that full ascend up towards that mountain.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Brickyard historically was a spot that once you got there, you were kind of stuck, as everybody could have a look at you. Whereas now, if you're there early, you can hold it out and play that position a little bit longer. And the addition of the big kiln in there and, you know, the more buildings giving you more cover from above is only a good thing. And this is where I suppose we've got to give PUBG a lot of credit. Every change that they've made to these maps over the course of the last few years has been a positive one. And I love that from them, because it's made the game even better for the players and for the viewers. And it's something that I love. Pod Samuel on your screen right now. Presenti doing scouting work for the team as they try to work their way and path their way inside of the circle, all the way up inside the northeast. What are expectations for them, Mark? Because you and I probably know about as much about this team as anybody out there with how much we covered them in the last year.
Good team. And obviously on the outside, we've still got 4 teams remaining outside of this first zone at the moment, and that is part and parcel of that. But before then, looks like Nixie's doing a bit of scouting himself, and with a knock off Hal, they're going to lose in one of the wolf pack, and he'll be looking to get confirmed pretty quick. Has a little double check down, and he'll go around the other side. Hal, I think they've got to write this one off. They know it's gone. Nixie, there goes the nades. He should be explosive and getting himself out there once that confirms on the board.
Yes, not confirmed just yet, but there you go. Nixie gets that point on the board eventually. Smokes out the bike as well. So guerrilla warfare, hit and run. Hoyle, we're hoping to maybe get the trade off the back of that, but Nixie is way too long in the tooth to get caught out by something like that. They'll fall back to their compound. And one of the issues that they had yesterday was they lost Ibi quite a bit in the early stages. We'll talk about that more, because Mark, 7G, the king of the third parties, are about to get pushed potentially by Grisha here from Devan.
Best, the third party central. They're in third place. It's working for them. Third party, getting yourself a third place. You're getting a slight push here, though. Devan, one of these teams on 13 points. So they need to take it a little bit slower, take the opportunity just for some reinforcements to come in, but that's going to give the intel now towards 7G. And because you mentioned before, so much of this is unplayable, then I wouldn't be surprised these being the only two teams that end up on the west side.
I love the chest, though. 7G, Shaq heard the car coming in from Illidan, so Afrite has come in as well. So both of these teams have pulled in reinforcements, and you've got two players of both sides not too far away. Now, this fight might never kick off fully because we could get it a full standoff where both teams fall back. But if we see a knock early on, that could be the difference. And Mark, what about that for a shift? That is a phase 4 circle in phase 2.
What? Alex is going to be writing so many notes now. Give that man some more paper. That's a big shift down. And we still hold on to so much unplayable terrain. This is going to be a full send, these teams getting in the vehicles. But look at that road, Gibson. It's a little bit of a gamble, and there's a lot of teams taking it.
Yeah, and while that's going on, the kill feed will start seeing some victims as well. Marcy's from Tractor Team, one of the teams to keep an eye on today, will fall very early. Fairy Tail proactive on the rotate as well. They're not hanging about, and this is something we said they needed to get better at. But it's that rotation roulette, right? You throw your name into the hat, and hopefully where it lands, there's nobody playing, and you can get a position to sit in. Haiku, though, they need points, and Griffith gets a knock onto Nail-Up, as Plinska will lose one early too.
I mentioned as well how you can see him now. They took the E pickup. They took it early because I went to try and get that phase 2 pop and be in the air. It didn't work this favour. Finds him very much on the north side. And also, you can only go so far with that E pickup before you get kicked off. And I feel like they've been kicked off. They're trying to get down as quickly as they can. But while they're getting down to the ground, why don't you go check out the perfect gaming experience, though, at tulparnotebooks.de. It's an outstanding laptop. And it's not just that they do. I love the headsets. They do so much. Go check out their website when you get 2 minutes.
Frames Win Games, Mark, and their products get you quite a lot of them. So as you said, check them out. We've got a drop in the middle of the action here too, as Tractor Boys make their way past Fairy Tail and towards Twisted Minds, and Perfectix, who has been the biggest fragger of the tournament so far, will add another one. And just like that, Tractor Team go down again, and that is not a great position for them to be in. You really had to start today strong. One more Miramar for them to turn things around.
One more Miramar to be farming, and unfortunately they've been farmed by the zone on that one. GG, another team needs to get rolling as well. Melbourne is down, DBNO, but not fully out. Mad Bulls looking to try and get the confirm. They've already got one on the point. Looks like this team's going for like a couple of hit and runs, but this is the south. These two are the southern point of all of the teams here. With 15 teams throughout, with so much unplayable, Gibson, you would have thought we'd have seen more players down in the town.
You would have. We are seeing a bit of that, Send, but as you pointed out, only 3 teams there, really. Molodoc will confirm out Melman. That's another point for Mad Bulls. And this is what I like. Emergency pickup from Pod Samulet. They've got a plane as their logo. They use the plane to get themselves inside the city. And looking at the way this zone is, Mark, the only real way this should shift is back up towards the northeast. So Pod Samulet have at least made sure that they should be in the next circle. But as we were pointing out, the kill feed has been active. We've lost 11 players so far, and phase 2 is 35 seconds away from closing.
There's a lot to go. Short concession there. You're right, the zone has to shift back, and that would be argumentatively why we're not seeing as many come down. Pod obviously took that E pick up, the different timing from how, so as a result, they find themselves some more real estate. August, they need to work their way down now. We are seeing a send for WLA, but they are already holding on to a compound. And Devan, a team which has been working their way on the west now, with the zone shifting this far, a lot of eyes on them.
Yeah, they were the team that kind of dropped furthest on that north side, and they're still on the northwest side of the map. Zone shift does come, and it goes north. So like we said, Pod Samulet, GG inside the circle now. But you really have to assume now that this can only shift towards the east. And I'm looking at LOL W sitting on top of that ridgeline, Kings of the Castle. BBL though, Mark, we're looking at them. They're in the blue. They need to make their way in. And you've got Entropic and Orglis who can hold them out if they come down this road.
This is where Entropic fell a little bit short yesterday. It was them and Twisted Minds trying to hold teams out. Twisted Minds held out and got the points, got the win. Entropic fell short themselves. So it's a fine balance to how long they stayed there. They are still in. What I worry about Entropic though is this. When you've got to move though after, you might find the rest of the lobbies looking back at you.
Mm-hmm. I think they might be okay this phase, but later on it could be a problem. Right, yeah. BBL, Two of them in the Murado, making their way up through the mountains. You know, as I like to say, it's the best car in the game as long as the road's straight. There's no bumps, there's no turns, you don't have to shoot, you don't have to handbrake. Otherwise, brilliant car for a map like this.
Just as good as those Buckies I keep going on about. But for them, they are still quite short on zone. They've got a little foothold, but that foothold is belly down, unfortunately. No one having to hold himself now with the cars rotating around. CCI is looking back, and that's the right thing to do here. Play in on blue. But it's very difficult now. Some of these late teams coming in, they become the focal point of everyone that's already settled early in.
You saying that BBL could find a problem making it in late on the very west side? Orglis, as you said, they're on the edge of the circle, but they can creep and crawl their way further forward. Like, as long as you move the cars in and keep them as a front point. Well, look, we've been told to move on because 7G are going to fight now with Devan. Shipless gets the first knock, transfers over, lands 26 damage on to Grisha, who will go back and provide some cover. But this is great utility usage.
Great Nate goes in, Shipless pinpoint underneath the foot. It's not a third party. Don't think these guys are settled, but they're delivering the explosive action. There goes out the defensive nade, but we know this team might close their eyes and expect it to be a push, but the blue zone wall goes up, and 7G might be denied the opportunity to go claim these points.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity to get some reses on the board, but more nades being tossed, and that one should be good, but it's not, as Shipless will still push further forward. But Devan have done a great job of reconsolidating here. They've put down so much smoke that they're getting everybody back up and on their feet. But Shaq will suddenly bring one back down. Lelik has been knocked. And this has allowed BBL to potentially third party on the other side.
Yeah, I was about to say BBL are going to arrive here with a smoke wall and go. That could be a couple of kills here. There's one confirmed at least on the board. As 7 Gaming have to draw their attention back towards that south side and ensure those shots don't continue. 2 now remain. They're going to continue to push, and there goes that zone shift. But it's Store holding, Store captivated, unplayable terrain.
Yeah, Illidan with a great knock onto Afrite, though it's back to a 1 versus 2 now. He peeks from the same position. Shipless just saw his teammate fall in the exact same position, and Shipless moves a little bit further forward, a little bit closer, and he will use that distance close to get the flush. And here comes BBL making their way into this battle now too. They know that the team is weak. Haiku, as we're looking at right now, they have a great position on the south side of this circle. And Mark, this is a team on the wrong side of the leaderboard looking to kick things off the right way in day 2.
This is what I was talking about. You're in that sort of valley position. They're a little bit, it's got themselves a little compound, but they should keep their heads down. A lot of teams now need to work their way. And 13 teams remain, and 7G decide to run themselves over. And BBL might be again reading that kill feed, understanding there's another player down in front of him, and they might be able to pick up some early points.
Yeah, picks around the corner. Smash will get smashed himself, though. Shipless with a great spray and flushes it out straight away. So BBL, with only Shilla and Iro left alive, they still want to push this because they know it's one player pushing for a res around the corner. And the longer you sit and wait, the more likelihood there is to get a player back on their feet, and the more likely it is that you could get removed. So stun grenades, Mark, the push comes through, but Shilla, stun back the other way, forces him to turn.
Does turn, gets the initial knock back on. 7G backed into a corner. There's 1, there's 2. Sheila will get potentially another 2, but how? Looking for the steals. Here comes the pressure for them. They need some more kills on the board to secure their spot. And Iro and Sheila on the outside edge of the zone, but with knocks like that, that might give them the opportunity to continue pushing forward.
Yeah, that's a great knock, and that's where the Dragonov really earns its money. Shilla's going to confirm out that first kill. The second one will be done by time, and BBL up to 2 now. They have lost Smash and Fender lost already, and the question is, where do they rotate from now? But Ibby, I said yesterday he was the first player to fall in almost every game from Mad Bulls. He's the second one this time around. They have 3 kills. They fall down to 2 players left alive as they try to keep hold of the southwest side of the circle. But there's a big battle potentially between Pod Samale and GG going on just behind them.
Yeah, BBL, they go for a full send. You kind of had to do that at that point, try and find something in this zone. We're still outside the placement points with 14 teams up, 36 players now on the battlegrounds. Still a lot of time to play. WLA holding their compound, focusing now towards the north, and it's not soon after that BBL, they will fall in 13th place.
12 teams left alive now, and we're looking closer and closer towards the time we get to the placement points, and GG another game where they fall so early, and it's a combination of multiple teams taking them down. Pod Samuel, they're down to just pin as well, as Dante will die inside the blue. And the zone shifts north, Mark. And that is really bad news, in particular for Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds, who need to find a position to play.
Mad Bulls could play this quite late, so they could pin, really. Because a lot of these teams need to work up. Twisted Minds, they've got the off-road, and they're going to be working their way up. But OW, a team that needs these points, they're going to be reading this here in the cars. Like many teams before, they're going to be focusing on the north, but they've got to keep their eyes on those mortars raining in.
Yeah, hello Senpai. We'll feed this information about the Twisted Minds rotate. Sloy Jacket will get example down, and Twisted Minds will look to get some revenge. They've got some time. The phase will close in about 15 seconds time. But this is phase 5, Mark. As I like to say, it ain't really a little tickle anymore. That zone begins to really hurt from now on.
There's no tickle anymore. Twisted Minds, they work their way up. Need to get a res. Hello Senpai is just waiting. He can hear the footsteps. He's got no nades to launch down, but he's got a mini 14. And there's a kill confirmed up on the board. And Hello Senpai's repositioning himself. It's very difficult here for Twisted Minds to find their way in. And there's some more shots, though, coming from that mini.
Yeah, Dedrix falls, and Mad Bull's still pushing alongside what's left of Entropic. We said Entropic need these points a lot more than Mad Bulls do today. Nixie dancing around the shack, but not looking for the position. Quizzy gets the knock, and that's Entropic down. They fall in 11th, and Mad Bulls move up to 6 kills, and that'll allow them to rotate in. But LOLW, who are still fighting with Twisted Minds, do have a scout, and Sloy Jack are keeping an eye on what Mad Bulls do.
Mad Bulls, they played it well, they played it late. They now going to be able to work their way, especially with the commotion now kicking up. Comes round. Initial shots will get Perfectix down, no confirmed, but the nade back from Batulin's the man of the rocks, the man of the people, lays down one. There's another Kobe. Doesn't quite get the confirm. He's going to go third time. Lucky's a charm. Hello Senpai has got no eyes on this at all, and it won't be long before the Mad Bulls start to appear, and you can see this team already engaging down to the south. So 2 teams fighting for 1 location.
Yeah, the blue zone's a problem for Twisted Minds now as well. LOLW, Lurex is DBNO, but they will hopefully be able to get that res, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Twisted Minds, I think they've already got a point or 2 on the board. That should be another knock, but no, Hello Senpai doesn't hit him the extra time that he needs to. And is that enough of a door opening for Twisted Minds to start pushing up the hill?
They've only got one way to go now, Gibson, and they are sticking as close as they can as they come out the other side. Perfectix goes down. Torlins will not leave the rocks. He gets another knock now, but he knows he can't make the push. Hello Senpai goes for the drop down. He's looking for the confirm, but Torlins be looking for him to fall onto his sword, but not today. They're confirming out. Twisted Minds are going to take 9th place, and we find ourselves in the placement.
Yeah, zone shift is ready, and it goes hard towards the east, and Fairy Tail, one of those teams that need the points alongside Haiku, find themselves in the circle, and this is where the real questions are going to be asked. You're on day 2, you need points to qualify, you've just been given a very favourable circle. Do they panic, or do they just let the rest of the lobby do the work for them? Lukarux gets the first knock in this fight with 7G as they begin pushing up the hill. Spots out another one, and 7G fall at the hand of Plinske.
Another kills on the board for them, as they are leading. They're currently in 2nd place at the moment. I'll go back to your point of Haiku. They've got 17 points they need to gain. The team's already down and out. That's the team in front of him. And Fairy Tail, they've got 12 to work up towards 8th place as well. So a lot of these teams, big pressure situation for game number 1. You said it though, a lot of them need a big game.
Yeah, a big game, a big break, anything that can kick off their day number 2. Code Marco still alive for Hoyle. 7 kills going into day 2 from yesterday. He'll be hoping to add quite a few more to his tally, but the real question is, can he sneak into the zone without getting spotted? Because there's so much open ground that he needs to cross. Nice shots from Annie on the Plinske Bocce will allow them to move a little bit further up this hill, but the problem is, Mark, they've got Plinske Bocce to the south, and then over towards the east, they've got LOLW holding them out as well.
No train here. Don't forget, you've got Code Marco. You can see him just lurking out in the west as that individual. If WLA even having a wary that he's there. Looks like they do. They are just double checking. As the smokes will now be the giveaway. Code Marco has got to do anything he can just to get in, continue them on the right side of this table. Might just be enough though. The longer WLA stay here, wait and watch. So the more danger and a rapid decision they're going to have to make later.
Yeah, and you can see Shenzhen's putting in work on the other side of We Live Again, as any will get knocked and flushed, so they'll focus on the rotate coming through now from Code Marco. Plinska are probably looking at this too, thinking, this is a point we want to gather. But this is all outside the blue, and it is Plinska. Rista, a player that you have very high hopes for, gets the kill onto Code Marco, and Plinska find themselves in the top 5 again. We're getting very close to the end of this one, and I'm looking at it right now. There's still 2 teams outside the circle, and they're currently locked horns on the west side.
The only difference is Plin's got a foothold. They could back away towards Yuri here. WLA, I think this is going to be a tab out for them. There's 1 zone, there's 2 for zone. I think the 3rd time should be a charm. Maybe take a few more shots, but apart from that, deny the points, because every point will matter when we get down to that final game.
Yeah, Plinska Boccia, they did enough work there. They're on 5 kills, and they can focus now playing this compound till we see where the zone shifts next. Haiku sustain a knock at the hands of Sloy Jacket, who has been spotted out by Lucarix. The zone shifts again, and I'm looking at it. Lol W with the high ground. It's a bit of a double-edged sword though, Mark, isn't it? Because once you step over that ridgeline you see them standing on right now, you have to come down the hill, and that's a problem, and they are picking apart Haiku, and Haiku desperately need the points, but they've been eliminated by Lol W.
I was going to say, that's not a bad game. Yeah, it is a double-edged sword, but if they can clear Pillin, right? Now, they've got to move their way in. LUW at the moment, they're good as gold. They don't need to shift to the high ground. They just can't accept knocks like that. That's a big mistake from them. They've got to keep the numbers up, because they've got to keep the high ground. Fairy Tail be looking at this going, hold on, we know now who's above us. If we receive any more knocks from them, we're going to take this high ground away from them.
Yeah, and Lol W are there just saying, Yuri got to be kidding me with the fact that he's getting these knocks and flushes from the other side of the valley. And that's a few times now we've seen that happen. Lurex will get the knock onto Yuri, but you'd expect that Plinsky are going to abandon the player, and that's what will happen. They're more focused on getting into that dip and playing the rest of the circle, but it's a 4v3v2 for the win now, Mark. And Fairy Tail with 4 up.
Yeah, well, they fell short of getting a winner chicken dinner Miramar yesterday, but Crombie looking for an opportunity to capitalise. MG with Brightside, he's going to come up to the high ground, and I feel like the boys have lost the conquer of their heel as Fairy Tail completely go way up, and look at that, Kron remains low, he's looking for the off angle.
Kron was the big one yesterday, right? He went huge in game number 1. Brightside, though, with the MG3. I was listening to Kowo, yes, a few weeks back, and he said, if someone's got an MG3 and they're on Miramar and they're peeking over ridges like this, it's GG's.
It's difficult, and the MG, I mentioned the teams up here might be low on kills because they're in the valley, and that's why we see this team now on 4, but there are another 4 kills for them to pick up on the battleground at the moment. Brightside still looking to drive this MG forward. Don't do a reload because you've only got 49 bullets in the chamber. Has to pick up a few more now, as he's, I think he's going to have enough to send out the last 4.
Yeah, I think Fairy Tail, could be huge for their day. 4 kills, top 4. You've got Lol W where you want them. April gets the knock on to Hello Senpai. Another peek should happen, but keep an eye on Plinska Boccia. They think that they can get involved. Brightside will get that kill confirmed, Mark, but Lucarix turning things the other way.
You know, Lucarix has got the knowledge to go. That's an interesting game plan. I'll take it. Ready to go, ready to drive away. You can't be seen from above, so don't write him off just yet. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. The 1 is ready to go all the way down as quickly as these teams be fighting on the top. He might even be able to jump out if they just drop the ball. If Plink come over and see the cut, maybe he goes. But arguably, if he doesn't start that engine, he might get away with it.
Just stay hidden. Just don't peek. Rista can't even, as you can see, he can't see the car. He probably has an idea there's maybe someone around those dips, but he doesn't want to waste the utility just yet because he only has 1 nade left. Look at Kron though. What a big flank he's done. And while Kron is just getting attention, that allows Zubila and April to move.
Very good teamwork from this. Like, look at me. Then the guys will move, reposition. Zubla going to go back on the outside. They know there's another player there. Now the blue zone forces him out, and Plin have not fallen for the trick because they've not seen it, but Lucarix is focusing back towards Kron. They now hear the footsteps. They work their way back, and now they can get surprised. They see that final player. LURW goes on to 1, and it's not going to be a nade. Arista puts him down. 3rd place for them, and we go down to a 3 versus 2.
3v2, and Fairy Tale have got that off-angle player in Kron who just keeps Plinska on their toes. So if you're Plinska, the decision now is, do you try to deal with Kron, or do you push up the hill and hope that maybe you can win the fair 2 versus 2 fight on the very top? But I think Fairy Tale and Plinska have played this game so well up to this point.
I think there's another card here to play. And if you're Plin, you've got to make a decision. You know it's Fairy Tale. You know where they are in position on the table. They are a team that could contend you at the top. You'd say maybe go for the points, go for the fight. I feel like if they lose a player, I'd expect Plin to drop out towards that blue very, very quickly. There's all points to play. There's more options for this team.
Yeah, the blue, though, phase 9 has been drawn, and this means everybody is being forced now towards that center point. Fairy Tale are the ones that control the middle of the circle, but they will be downhill from Plinska Bocce when they get up to the summit of this hill, and that makes gunfights easier for them, Mark. We know whoever holds the high ground usually has the advantage.
Got to get those headshots, but when these lids are down, here comes the flash. They're looking for maybe another point. Anything else they can get before this zone tabs them out. Luke Ruxto underarms that flash. He gets flashed slightly himself, unable to make the push. Now they get the knock. That might change the mindset of Plin here. It's a 2 versus 2, and they picked off Zubla. They do have the high ground, and they've got the advantage.
Yeah, Fairy Tale went for the center of the circle instead of trying to hold the high ground as long as possible, and that has opened the door for Plinska Bocce. That kill will get confirmed. Good nade thrown back as both players drop down to low HP. Rista dancing around the top of the dunes. Hits April hard, but it's a winner. Chicken dinner. Fairy Tale pick up 17 points. And Mark, remind me how many points they were off the top 8 going into that one.
Not that many. I think it was actually 8 or 7. I think it was 7. Hey, we're going to be skyrocketing up to 12, so that's putting well in that. So that's that one game. And I told you, there's one team that I really love watching on Miramar, and that's the Fairy Tale. They definitely prefer the sand in between their toes.
They definitely do. That was really good. It's 2 days now that they've kicked off back-to-back with really high performances. The question now is, can they maintain it? Because they don't have very many maps to secure that top 8. But we're going to jump into a break. When we come back, we will have the man with a plan, the biggest brain in PUBG, will be joining us to break that one down.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Welcome back, everyone, though. That was game number 1 under the belt. We get to bring back the amazing brain, which is Phalanx, and we've got a lot to talk about. And I think you want to kick things off with the Mad Balls because we didn't see them in the end zone, but it doesn't mean that their rotates weren't on point.
No, absolutely. I mean, I popped into the phase 1. I shout out to them. I think they were one of the only teams rotating towards the deep south and didn't go for that centralized position that can be sometimes really, really beneficial, right? Sometimes it just pays off if it does shift towards your side. I was kind of talking about that, that valley kind of differentiation between all the teams playing left and right side. But this time around, it was a circle that didn't even have anything to do with the volley. I mean, look at this circle. This is a circle I've never seen in any competitive game, at least not it ending that far towards the southwest. And that's so interesting because we'll get to that in a second when all the teams towards the northwest are fighting. But yeah, once again, Mad Balls, I mean, I talked about them, great rotates in, really good from Quizzy as well. I think we just missed the clip of Quizzy on that very early rotate in. He took down one of the players from Howl, and that was so key and such a risky move as well. But if it works, it's great for your team and it's a great confidence boost as well.
This was so far west. I didn't even know this bit existed. That's how west it's
Yeah.
been. I've never had to work my way this way and this far.
I mean, honestly, have you ever seen anyone fighting in a competitive game at this specific angle? I mean, look at Smash. Smash walks around the corner. You can see it in his POV. He doesn't even know where to look at because I don't think he's ever fought here. Look, if he peeks across the ridge line, we see it. Chilla, he doesn't know where to aim. It's like, this is a rock there. Is there even another corner? I don't think he's sure at this point.
It's actually really fun seeing this part of the map as well because even though we don't see it, I love the way it's set up. Obviously, you'll never have a game finished there, but the fact you've got this tunnel that you're funneling players into to fight, it's so much fun to watch. But the problem is, it's the exit point of that tunnel, right? When you leave there, you've got a warehouse that's right in front of you and nothing but a massive hill to climb.
Yeah, you were talking about leaving. That's kind of the problem that 7G had. That's a perfect kind of transition because they committed to that fight even though they knew BBL was coming in the background, and they still committed to the fight. They still said, hey, let's prioritize the fight, even though they could have easily rotated back. But once they committed to the fight, it was already too late because then Howl rotated in behind them. So that's a big problem. I actually thought 7G could go very far in this round, but unfortunately, in my opinion at least, they committed a little bit too long. They
did. They got points, though, and that's all that really matters, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it does, yeah.
It does come down to points, though. And let's talk about points, actually. And it's this point here, WLA were looking good, and that zone shift heavy away from them, Phalanx, and losing this early. It's not where they want to be come at the end of game number 1.
No, well, WLA, I think they made the best out of what they were given. I think they knew already, even a phase beforehand, if this shifts east, we're dead, right? There's nothing we can do. So make sure we pick up most of these points. Then again, though, them losing Annie and not pushing towards Plinskabacha across, that was the mistake I saw. And I was talking at the beginning of the broadcast as well. I was saying, lots of these teams, I feel like they're thinking a phase too few. I think if you think of the next 2 phases, then they would have realized, hey, we need to make this push in phase 6, maybe even phase 5 already, because otherwise, if it shifts away, we can't fight Plinska anymore. We don't have the time for it anymore. We can't walk across. We'll be shot from the whole circle. Because I thought if they were pushing Plinska earlier, I think they would have had a great shot at winning this game as well, just as Plinska did.
I just want to talk very quickly about LULW and actually playing of zones. Like, I think you're 100% right. They weren't thinking, Phalanx, about, hold on, what happens if we remain on the high ground that come the end? And for me, out of all the teams in the top 4, I feel like they'd be most disappointed they didn't get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually there were plenty of teams that kind of would have, I think will be disappointed of not getting the chicken. I think it's not only Plinska. I think it's gotta be Lil W as well. As you said, they had a great position up there. I think they gate-kept all of the teams, also like kind of edge-capped all of the teams up there pretty well. Twisted Minds, for example, comes to mind. But then they didn't realize that there was a team sneaking up behind them. And that's like one of the mistakes you just cannot make in a late game like this, not in a best-of-10 qualification for the grand finals. You need to win this round. And that's what they weren't able to do. Great sneak-up, though, on the other hand, from Fairy Tail. They didn't realize it at all. And Brightside, I was talking about him as a big individual player. He made it work as well.
Well,
I think it's...
I was going to say, Gibbs, we ain't got a lot of time, mate. We ain't got a lot of time. I'm getting told that the plane is getting checked in. I want to have a quick look at the leaderboard, though, if it is updated, because we've only got 5 games today, and with 4 remaining now. There was a slight change in some of that leaderboard, but there is some big teams and some big opportunities. But look, Gibson, that 8th place is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And with 35, 35, 35, it's going to go down to another Miramar.
It is only 4 chances left, and this is the last time we will see Miramar in this bracket. Mad Bulls with 42, just 3 points above 5th placed Hoyle. But as you pointed out, 8th spot is the one that these teams are playing for. We have 3 teams tied on 35 points, and BBL are just 3 points behind them as well. A lot of big names on the wrong side of the leaderboard, and I am in shock at the fact that they're there.
Yeah, I just want to say one sentence. PBL, we're talking about them. We see them on the leaderboard. Please, for the love of God, please rotate center at least some of the times when you do have the option to, because at the moment, this is a very edge-heavy lobby anyways, and these teams can't fight, so it's very hard for BBL at the moment.
Well, we need to rotate Felix out of here. I'm sure he'll try and sneak his way back in a second, because we have got map number 2 ready to go. As I said, it is a lower bracket. It is that final opportunity now to get some more points on the board. Gibson, I'm expecting a good game from Fairy Tail. I don't know about you.
Oh, I definitely am. It's Miramar. It's the home turf for them. They're in a fantastic spot going into this one now. They've got the momentum at their backs. And the flight path will start from 12, making its way down to 5. It's north to south-southeast, just below Puerto Paraiso. And another one, Mark, the second flight path tonight that is favouring one of the directions a little bit more extremely than the other. And it's a very different story to yesterday.
It is. But north down towards the south-southeast, still Los Leones potentially there. I wouldn't mind northeast, actually. I wouldn't mind that cruise-style ending. I think you've got to be creative. It's well-rehearsed as well. But for now, these teams are going for the jump as the plane is coming to the end of its flight path.
Yeah, and most teams have now or have already made their way out. We'll see Entropic being one of the last teams to do so. The big thing now is just getting your boots on the ground, getting looted, and being ready to move as soon as that zone shifts. We know that the teams that like to drop inside of Picado and Power Grid, they don't have to move quickly, but they are in those fantastic staging posts, which means no matter where the zone goes, they will never be too far away. And that's a big one. But Mark, we've got that hot drop. You kind of referenced it a little bit earlier, but we have 7G and Devan both inside of San Martin. And these drops, hot drops, can last quite a while.
Oh, this is my worst place in ranked. I hate this place. I think 7G were trying to go for the higher side, but because of the flight path, they couldn't get the extension. And there's that zone that I'm talking about. It does go a little bit more to that north, though, Gibson. There's a lot of unplayable again in our Miramar, but the tractors might get farming. There's a lot of fields up there. They've got a lot of choices, but they've got to make it quicker. They can't have another game number 1.
They definitely can't. And if you're reading chat, they were saying that they need to plow their way up the lobby, and that's what they really need to do.
So many we can use.
Honestly, they need to plant the seeds early game that'll reap some rewards towards the end.
Make hay when the sun shines. So all of that jazz. We can go for days this one.
Oh, you know what they really need to be, though? They need to be more outstanding in their field.
Oh, 100%. Anyway, back to the van. Let's put a pin in that one for you. Here come the nades, the mollies, the shotguns. They're going to try to take advantage of 7G. And as I said, this is not the normal drop spot. I think these guys want to extend a little bit further, but because of the flight path, they're now backed up. And talk about being backed up, the van, they go 2-2 for the push.
Yeah, Afrite gets the opener though. Lelik's got the shotgun, but the stun grenade being thrown. This is a little bit disorganized. When you're pushing on each other's backs like that, you've got to be closer together and be able to get the trade. But I think they've gotten far enough, but they need to get this res, Mark.
Oh, the other big mistake for me as well is get out of the way of the door. I need to take the fight. I need to keep you alive. But the player kind of just lurked at the door, stopping the opportunity. The flash came in, but the cover was there for 7G as they tried to try and play their way around. Now they've got to look up towards that top side. I don't like where the van are. The sofas might be set. They need to get an initial knock.
And you spoke about that knock. Lelik gets it right on cue, but straight away Shiplist is going to annihilate him with the Vector. But Kasu's position is so good. It's holding Grisha, who's got the PP Bison at the ready. But the problem is, he's got to fall back and reposition because he's being held from the high ground. And I think we've got a res being pulled off over on the other side.
Yeah, this is the right play from him. You've got to remember, if he goes to that window, his little tippy toes are going to be seen first. So actually coming out the building, going back around, gives him the opportunity to take a good heads-up battle. Now we see the Raptor does go around the top as we see the van. They look to try and get some high ground themselves. And res in, but it's also confirm now done. So that's the first point on the board.
Yeah, points matter. Remember, Devan are on the wrong side of the leaderboard. They're on the right side, which is the wrong side to be on a day like this. Reaper gets the high ground again as these teams are all trying to outmaneuver each other, getting the higher ground. Just get that other team corralled into a position that's close together. But Shiplist gets the knock onto Reaper. Mark, every time one of them gets a knock that could open a door, it gets traded back the other way.
PUBG Chess goes backwards and forwards. A big knock for them, though. That's up on that hillside now. The sandstorm will come in. That will get rid of any smokes that are being played. But it also gives the opportunity for Devan to work their way up for that res on the higher side. But here comes the push. Shotgun comes out. The sandstorm's blooming. There goes one. He peeks around the other side looking for the second. Doesn't quite get the connection. The drop shot puts him down. Devan go down to the solo player.
Yeah, Lelik is looking for that trade back the other way. But I think his best opportunity or best thing he could do now is fall back to get the res, but he is being held and it's a difficult position to be in, particularly when it's a Bolty looking this way. Examples third party though. Here's Twisted Mind saying thank you for the free point as we rotate out of power grid.
Will they stop or will they keep going? Well, Badulins, he's going to stop. He's going to have a look at this one. There's already a point on the board. How many more can we take? You've got to remember, Twisted Mind's looking good to get themselves now in towards that grand final status. But every point they take is a point away from teams that be desperate later on.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds, they don't really need the points, but they're going to get them when they're given. And this is always a problem for teams at the bottom side of the leaderboard when the top teams decide to get involved. But the biggest issue I have here, out of everything in this hot drop, is look, the zone shifted ages ago. Both these teams are still fighting. The amount that they've put themselves behind the sticks in the rotate game is huge just by sticking with this.
Well, we talk about the stick. They have to try and work their way into a position a little bit later. But for now, the rest of the teams do position themselves in crews and around. And again, a lot of those positions are sort of by that water treatment. We've seen early action in the upper bracket here as well. And I like the teams that capitalise in at least getting ahead of the sandstorm as it does sweep its way across the south side of the zone.
And I'm loving this rotate by Plinska Bocce. They've seen the circle. They knew where they dropped. They knew what the flight path was. So they're rotating all the way up around that eastern coast. And they're going to come into the north, which they'll know, based on drop spots, is relatively free. It's a really good macro play in the early stages. And as our good friend Falix keeps saying, teams need to start thinking 2 or 3 circles ahead. And by making this rotate, I feel like they're definitely doing this. And they're the team yesterday that suffered most in the first few maps on Miramar on that forward thinking.
That might be back though when you've got a best of 5. I do like this zone. There's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of, I suppose I'm going to say metadata where we see it end. But there's a lot of curveballs with Campo Militaire being repositioned now a little bit more inside of the zone. It does mean the teams will hold on, have the opportunity to rotate on that north side and maybe get away. But look at Plin. They are coming in pretty close to the fields. Lol, they're only making their way down south.
Yeah, Lol rotating further in. They would have heard Plin, like you pointed out, which is why you'll see them take position on the hills. And I'm looking at this section of the map mark, and this is quite possibly one of the funner areas of Miramar. It's where terrain really grabs hold of some of these spots with all these ridges and dips. You've got the crop circles in there as well. This is a fun position to play, and the best thing about it is there's way less of those unplayable finishes, but here we go, Mark. And the anticlimax.
And there we go. And back we go. And yeah, that would have not been allowed for every viewership to be watching because they got taken out pretty quickly. But back down towards the other action, Twisted Mind. This area, look, we always speak very highly of this northeast section of Miramar because you're right, it has low field, has high ground, we've got buildings, covers, we've got dips and crevices, and it has everything that Miramar can provide. On this west-hand side, though, I really love that remaster of water treatment, and it's these compounds here, actually, though, have spread themselves out. They're trying to take on a little bit more than what you'd expect, and they might get punished for it.
Great headshot. Can't follow it up with a second one, but he tries to pre-fire into the building, but it won't happen. That's a good bit of knowledge, though, for Haiku to know that Perfectix is up on top of these hills. But I think the best word to describe it, Mark, is it's a microcosm of everything that is Miramar. You've got some urban areas, you've got the high ground, the low ground. It's the best part of the map because there's no unplayables. Entropic, Mark, they're a team that we're talking about a lot over yesterday and today so far, but not for the right reasons. They're on the wrong side of the leaderboard. They're rotating up the east side of the circle as well. And for them, I just think they've got to get a foot in, and they've got to keep 4 players alive and just work it into the top 8, because they've struggled with that so much.
Have struggled. And it's just that control. I think they just need the confidence. We know this team can play. Just have back in that confidence that when you're holding an edge, when you're holding your compound or you're making a push, just either full commit, but full commit with that level of confidence that you can deliver.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried here for Haiku. Twisted Minds beginning to get singled out around this compound and avenues of exit. Yeah, there we go. That's what he had to do. Get in that Bronco. And this is something that, it's a tiny little thing, but I think it's really important to point it out to viewers at home, particularly ones that are getting into comp or want to get better at their rank games. His vehicle was parked already to drive out of that building towards the east. He purposely parked it there for ease of exit. And once he realized he was getting pressured, he got out of dodge. It's a tiny little thing, the positioning of your vehicle. But as you can see there, it can make a huge difference.
The difference it does make. The zone shifts. Still you're giving up, I suppose, the unplayable in that north side. But it does play on towards the west of Cruz. Here comes another sandstorm, and under the cover of night will come GG. Out the other side. That gives them a little bit of freedom to get rid of some of these shots from WLA. They'll be looking to push their way forward now towards these compounds in the north, praying that they've not been taken.
Yeah, getting in towards the center of the circle as well, so it's a little bit of a change from GG as to how they were playing yesterday and in the first map tonight, making those plays nice and early. We live again, giving good covering fire in for that rotate, as any will get that knock onto Dante. Pod Samulet just extending a little bit too much of their heads over the ridgeline.
Very much a few heads. It's a risk versus rewards here. You want to try and stop these teams playing in towards your compounds. And like this, Gaming Gladiators extend their way through, but they get caught from August. But they're fighting back, hook or by crook though. They're going to get as many kills as they can. They're in the dip. They're going to clear this one up though. But as the dust settles, I believe we get the opportunity now to bring the amazing Fadax in, because he's surely got a point to prove when it comes down to this zone.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Look, literally 30 seconds ago, I was like, this is a great circle shift for BBL, and I really would like to see them rotate in through the hillsides. But right now, it doesn't look like they're doing. This is the point I was trying to make. BBL needs to be faster on these phase 2, phase 3 taking of space. And I really hope they're going to get to that. It's not too late yet. But the Twisted Minds Hill, you can see it, northwestern sides. That's the perfect opportunity for them to prove and play the way they want to. This is pretty much the only circle entry in this entire zone that you can walk by foot, that you can play on foot, that you can play edge as long as you need to, and still have a great shot at making lots of fragging power, or make you lots of fragging power work and pick up lots of these kill points. Now, in addition, there's only one other team on the northern side. It's potentially Fairy Tale that would have the priority on it, just off of rotation timing, but they're not going for it anyway. So I'm hoping BBL is going to get that northern, western side of the hill and maybe have a great game.
Yeah, thanks for that, Falex. It's I can see that they're still rotating very slowly, like you were saying, and hopefully they'll move in a lot quicker than you were able to identify that one. But Mark, BBL, it is very passive from them, right? They're not being as aggressive as a team with the likes of players of the likes of with Shilla and Smash and Iroh. They are much better when they play on the front foot, but they've been playing on their heels.
God, a lot of teams are playing on the hills at the moment. I think 7G, they want to come in quite late because they want the third party action. Get back to what they know best. They've really lost one though, so they'll be rolling as a 3. 3 in the Mirado. We know if they hit one of those PUBG rocks, it might be devastating for them. But for now, they're going to make their way towards El Hazard and maybe take a wider rotation, maybe even joining up with BBL on that north side of the zone.
The timing, though, everything is off pace now for them after that hot drop inside San Martin. Like, it's going to cause them problems the later we get in. Quizzy will get a point on the board for Mad Bulls. Here's Corpse Bag from Howl will fall. Looks like he crashed the compound, and I think Corpse Bag may have just stayed a little bit longer than he should have. Zone shift comes through, Mark, and tell me, what do you think of this one?
This is BBL. This is what Falex was talking about. He wants someone that healed, and he's given him the blessing of PUBG. Zone shifts towards that west-hand side. We love water treatment. Love the hills, I said before. Haku's already played off of it. Now they've got to try and ensure any of these teams coming in from the east don't crash their compound.
And I've just spotted on the map too, BBL are making the rotate that Falix said that they should a zone later than he said that they should. So that's something that has been troubling them all night. Dedrix from Entropic almost finding the knock through that letterbox window on the rear side of the Bronco to Plinsky Bocce as they make a play for these God Garage compound on the edge of the circle. You can keep your vehicles in here pretty safe. Keep those tires safe. It's an exit strategy for you a little bit later on. And they've just been making smart decisions so far of Plinsky, and all their fans are loving it. They're really pushing to win this lower bracket, never mind qualify.
Well, get in. Got to be in it to win, haven't you? Get those points. Got to be at that top 8 position come the 5th and final game. When that number rings, it does mean there's no more left that you can put on. So, for now, Fairytale, they hold a 2-2 split. They're on the outside edge. They do have 2 in, so Subla and Brightside will have an opportunity to rotate in. But for Johnny, he's going to take the opportunity to try and stop that. Subla has to dodge, duck, and dive, but he makes it safe to the compound. Surely it's a res. And surely he's going to get in that car and collapse this split down.
Yeah, just get out of there. Don't risk yourself in the early spot. He's still scouting, right? He's not leaving just yet. He's like, okay, well, we know Entropic are somewhere around there. Are they a serious risk as we try rotate in? You can see that Brightside is probably making that call besides Zubila scouting on the other edge. So if they fire these couple of shots, which they've just done, it forces Entropic to rotate a little bit further away from them, and that gives them maybe a clearer path into the circle. And April is already in there, but BBL still making the move. But Entropic, they still see Plinsky Bocce. Can they get a knock as they try force a way in?
It's 12 kills. It's 12 points they need to 8th, so I wouldn't be surprised for them to continue the pressure. You've got to remember, they're coming late on zone. How much information do they have in front of him? As they will get in the cars, they keep it tight. But they're one, like many teams, now rotating their way in. The East is going to be hectic. How going to take the shots? And Runa is going to put one down. That car will spin its way out. And they'll be looking to try and get a kill confirm on the board.
Yeah, sprinting to confirm the kill. Quetba almost getting another knock onto the rest of 7G as they try thread the needle through the rocks into the circle. Moving towards the shack being held by Lol W. That's potential landing spot for 7G as they work their way inside as well. Lol W down to just 2 players, and we're starting to see the terrain really come in clutch as these teams try to maneuver into a dip that has just about enough cover, but GG are waiting.
Great shots. There goes the nade. Dumpy, you two will go on. This is about how well you know this area. The map is well rehearsed, and more nades now coming from GG. They've cleared out what they can. The car, it goes up and it confirmed no one else is there. But there's another nade though coming in. Johnny will be down. 2 remain here from Entropic, and the U2 dump continues on from GG.
This is not a normal fight either. This is 2 teams on the wrong side of the leaderboard battling on the ridgeline, and GG are up to 3 kills now, having suffered a lock in the earlier crash. They have everybody back on their feet, but that carpet bomb did find 1 player from Entropic. Nice knock from Alia there too onto Example. He definitely enjoyed that one, and this is where the Dragonov really starts to roar.
More and more players are using it. The later the game we get, you'll be surprised to see more swap out towards that 7. There goes some more util as it's spread around the GG team, but so many teams remain on the outside. Gibson, more crashes like what we've just seen are going to happen.
That's it. The amount of positions to play with 16 teams up is nuts. We're in Phase 4. Yesterday we were talking about how we had 11, 12 teams up on Phase 4. We still have 16 as everybody hides. Lurix gets a knock onto Shaq, but we're watching Tractor Team holding out Hoyle. Jimbo looking to be the player on the angle that can keep them busy, but a little bit cautious the fact that We Live Again might get an off angle on this too.
Tractor Team, they want to try and control. Can you look back? Here comes another push though. Fairytale going for a full send. Do they even know the teams are there in front though? IQ, they need some points now in the danger of the compound. It's more of a defensive than farming points. And unfortunately now, we do see 7G final will go out as Fairytale will take that area.
Yeah, and they're rotating with 2 in a car as well. Sometimes you'll see teams taking a car each, but when a circle like this where there could be players in any dip, you need that support ready to fire when you're moving. Speaking of getting ready to fire, We Live Again are getting ready to fire 2 nades directly towards where Mad Bulls 3 are playing. One down, that nade's a great one. It'll get that knock. 2 players down. It's a 2v2 mark, and they've got even more nades to toss in.
Again, another util dump, trying to dig out any team in the trenches now, straight into the middle. They've not expected the movement out. Nixie goes towards that north side. Quizzy ready to go as well. There's confirmed, done and dusted. They come over the top. They hang here. Pod Summoner is going to put them down. There goes the blue zone nades. That might find them out. The initial shots come through. Nixie goes down. It's the final player now for Mad Bulls as WLA trying to confirm out, but it's going to be the blue zone nade. No, it's not. It's going to be the final shots that will come through, and WLA going to clear out the Mad Bulls.
Great play from them, using utility to deal with the Mad Bulls. Jimbo, we saw the Tractor Boys fight a little bit earlier. They confirm out Code Marco as we get ready for that next shift. But look at Pod Samuel. They have extended Dante and Rox out to scout that fight that just happened. And with that zone shift, they have got the South pretty much all to themselves with this compound. But I just want to highlight BBL's positioning again. You know, we're following that theme the whole way through. They are on that ridgeline a couple of phases too late, and Twisted Minds, they will likely hold BBL out as they try to make a way into the circle.
This is difficult, and again, yeah, keep that theme with Phalanx. You got to remember, if they were a zone ahead here, they might have been leapfrogging Twisted Minds. They might be in a better position to move now. They've got to work their way through. A couple of shots go down. They're going to clear the tyres just because they want to make it as difficult for other teams to move in as it will be for them. But back towards the other side of the zone, Plint, they're making a huge stretch over the zone now.
Yeah, they're going through everybody, and everybody is going to go through them. Plinska fall in 12th place as points are picked up by Howl and the Tractor Team. Tractor Team, though, they're surrounded on all sides. GG, We Live Again, and Tropic, Lol W, and Howl, they find themselves in the middle of that bowl. And it ain't a bowl I'd like to be in the middle of, that is for sure. But here's the BBL push mark as they are moving directly towards the center of the circle.
W key down, off we go. They will focus their attention back towards Twisted Minds. They still remain on the top, and they're still causing teams problems. And Tropic got no idea. Here comes the shots. The car will flip. That's going to allow the boys from Entropic just to hunker down a little bit. BBL tried to take the side swipe out of Haiku, but now they come rolling in. They might not have the cars, but they've got the feet to clear it out.
2 players up. Shilla took some damage there, but they need to start getting these reses off, and Haiku will have read the kill feed, and they know if they can just get close enough to use their arms, they could toss some explosives directly into that smoke. But this is a battle to behold on the north. Devan, they're getting knocked to the other side of the circle just before they get eliminated. But BBL moved early. They're, I think, about to get... They can't get over to get Iroh up just yet, but they are getting some work done on the Haiku.
All right, I think he's going to have a look for a bit of information here. You can notice his fate. And look at everyone's just trying to fight. GG come rolling out. Lol want to take a third party. They don't know it's not a third party. It's a 4th or 5th party here. Sheila rolls over here. But then we come to side swipe. Iroh, he's down. Sheila is down. Smash Defender lost the same here. They're going to get a few shots over. Doesn't quite get the connection. But this is an immense zone. Everyone is fighting for a couple of bowls. I don't think they know when they peek their heads over how many people will be looking back at them.
Yeah, Lol W fall. Haiku might not be too far behind. Perfectix is doing damage onto BBL as well. As just we're seeing Twisted Minds begin to extend. Uba may not be able to get the res, and he will not, as that's confirmed by Twisted Minds once more. But Game and Gladiators against Entropic. Both these teams on the wrong side of the leaderboard, and one will fall. Dedrix picks up the kill, but here come the Tractor Boys.
Here we go. So they needed a farm. Now they're working their way down. 5 kills already. Marcy puts down another one. That's a knock. Now they're coming in right timing. They need to be cautious. WA looking to come from behind. There goes Peekaboo over the top, though. It's going to be putting down Janny, but Jedrox has put Marcy down. They need to think about a res quite quickly. Maybe they want to chuck that util over the top and make a push.
Yeah, that knock is huge in the grand scale of things. It might buy Entropic just enough time. And here's the third party from We Live Again. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And We Live Again ain't nobody's friend as they start pushing aggressively on the edge of the circle. These teams know they've got to clear it. Lighted gets the knock onto one. Entropic fall. Who's going to be next?
This is a farm and a half, and they've actually managed to push themselves forward. They had to. The tractors had the right call there. Them running around in the blue, but the enemy of my friend came rolling in, but it forced them to get themselves. But unfortunately now, IQ's coming back the other side, and the tractors take a position, and now they feel the pain like Entropic did.
Yeah, Haiku sustain a knock, and Tractor team just got to stay low. Let these two fight first, but because of the knock onto Haiku, it allows Hoba to step up, and that'll be the end. We live again, up to 11 kills now on Miramar. We got ourselves a top 4. It's Twisted Minds, Pod Samolet, We Live Again, and BBL.
Can I just take 2 seconds to go, what the hell is going on? This north side of the zone is deleting teams and Twisted Minds. They're loving it. They're just holding the high ground, taking a couple of shots over. But WLA, 11 kills, impressive. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 4. And there's a solo BBL. Fender lost. He's going to keep his head down.
Yeah, just stay hidden. Pick up as many placement points as you can. BBL need a salvage game desperately. This is where, though, you look at Twisted Minds and go, right, they have tons of experience. This is the perfect position for them to play. They're on the high ground. They're playing as a pseudo 2-2. Two players on the two players further south than the others. But this is where they come to life, right? They'll pick up teams one by one as they try and make their way into the circle, and they're just going to keep the pressure on. This is Twisted Minds' bread and butter.
This is bread and butter for them. And it's so surprising how they're not getting punished. A lot of teams just pushing. It's like they've got tunnel vision at the moment, Gibson. There's a team in front of me. They're on the next ridge. We've got to make the push. And everyone is just forgetting about the damage that's being done by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and they're farming damage, and they've got plenty of ammo to work with as well. Like Perfectix rocking 7.62 and 5.56. He can just keep firing shots down to the rest of these teams. The extra first aid there if you need it too, mate. You don't need to worry about that. I'm looking at Pod Samolet though, Mark. You can just see them rotating on the mini-map too. They're starting to try to clear the west.
And we know when Pod calm down, things settle, they like to control. Now, the zone doesn't give them as much control as I think they want to, but I wouldn't be surprised for them to position in and focus. Now, Twisted Minds, now the force of hand is going to come from the lower brack leaders at the moment. Now we're going to see them get those meds up the shack because they've got to get rolling. But Torlinstow, he's going to try and hold, expect for a little peekaboo over the ridge from some of these teams. He'll be looking for a few knocks. The shots come out, but no connection from him.
None yet, and Twisted Minds send 2 players deeper in to secure the north side of the circle, this ridge line that they want to play, and that will be a problem for Thunderlost, who at some point will have to move over the top of that ridge as well. And yeah, they're going to clear him. They've known he's here this whole time. They were waiting for the movement of the rest of the teams to make this push, and BBL should go out in fourth. But if this gunfight, if he gets a single knock, We Live Again will be all over it, and he does get that knock, and he trades it back. Do We Live Again get aggressive now? No, they've turned their attention to Pod Samolet on the other side of the circle, and that lets Lou hit Mossboard for a huge shot.
That's a huge shot from Lou, and yeah, you're right. Naturally, you'd expect WLA to come on that third party, but they didn't. They saw the opportunity now to try and take the position away from Pod. Here you've got 2 players, DBNO, so top 3, and all these teams technically have got 4 people remain on the battleground.
Yeah, Perfectix tossing nades to where he got that knock. This bounce will not be favourable, but they got a second one, which is much better. Lou gets Mossboard for the second time. There's another nade onto Hoba. He gets the deployable shield up, but this should be this. Perfectix will see him. Right. They'll do the dance, and there you go. Good trade game. Lou did take down his own teammate, but it's a 4v4 v1 now.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, WLA, but yeah, getting taken down. A peekaboo over the top of the shield. Pod trying to control out our Twisted Minds. They're looking for the win now. 11 kills from Twisted Minds down to Lou. Going to try and get this res here, but Pod, they're running exactly this way. They've got to be cautious of the shack, though. Nade runs short. Needs to get through the window. Here comes a molly. That could be a burning ending, though. As we see, the boys jump their way out. Nord should go, and he's trying to hold on. The flash bounces off the car and goes back, and Pin's trying to put a pin in the final player, but it's going to be Presenti.
Yeah, Pod Samolet now another placement point for them as they pick up that kill. They now have a 4 versus 3 against Twisted Minds, and they know exactly where the last 3 players are. Presenti's moving up on top of the ridgeline to get that off angle to feed information and take knocks, but this is Dragonov's game. We can see 2 of them on the board at the very least, and if Lou can continue to hit shots the way he has already, the tables could turn back in Twisted Minds' favour pretty quickly.
Unless he hits the shots in his own player again, right, Gibson? Don't forget about that. He will shoot through his own teammate to get a knock. But Pin, he's a player that always will drive forward. He's the spearhead now of Pod Samlet, and as he's playing peekaboo, he's not found any of the Twisted Minds players yet, but I think the sound cues be giving him the information.
There's an old saying in Ireland, Mark, that somebody would go through their granny for a shortcut, and that's what he did in order to get that kill. Good nades tossed towards Pin. The level 3 helmet and vest definitely helping with that splash damage, Mark. But this is still a very open game.
I love Presenti, though. You can see him on that mini-map. He's moving around. He's trying to get the higher side of London. They're going to know he's there. But the FAMAS, though, we saw how heavy hit that was from yesterday from the Mad Balls. Presenti's doing anything he can just to help the team. It goes either side. This is a bit of a coin toss now because he doesn't get a knock. He doesn't help with the damage. He might find himself the final player taking on potentially a 3-man Twisted Mind.
Yeah, his job is to just keep pressure on Twisted Minds, though, and feed the information about what direction the push is going to come. He's firing shots to Twisted Minds to force them to go the other way, but Example gets the knock, and it's a 3v3. Double blue zone thrown towards Dante, and he needs to sprint out of there as quickly as he can. Great decision making again. Rox will get the knock onto Example to bring it back to a 2 versus 3, but great shots back the other way.
The FAMAS is hitting hard. Hasn't got that mag. We are short on it, but Dante's trying to hold. Presenti's down. He was the off angle. It's technically a 3 versus 2 now, as Example will be confirmed out. Pod be happy to get some more kills on the board. Been more of a zone control game for them so far. They'll be looking to try and close this up. Their upper body now.
Just trade the way out. Pod Samlet can play the trade game. One player can peek first as long as the second one is there to get the knock, and then you get yourself in a 2 versus 1. At Twisted Minds, they don't want to provide that opportunity, though. Dante will get a level 3 helmet, Mark, and we know how important helmets and vests can be in late game fights.
It is going to be really important here. I feel like the best of the boys on Twisted Minds have had the damage farmed out of them, as their gear is not looking too good. There goes the denial as the smoke will hit towards the shack. Anyone in there? He's not going to be able to take a shot out, but no, they're not there yet. Pod, they've tightened themselves up now, and they are looking to go and exchange potentially towards these final 2 players at Twisted Minds.
Yeah, center dot drawn. Pin gets the knock on to Lou. It's that 3 versus 1 now. Lou fights back hard. Or Perfectix fights back hard, sorry, as he gets the knock onto Dante. He's got a lot of damage, but ammo is becoming a problem for these teams too. And I think Perfectix will reposition for a second peak.
Look here, makes a push forward. You know, it might be DB now, but you can get the information. At least you can body block here. The FAMAS is running low. There's about one more clip, and it's going to go down to a 1 versus 1 here. And the FAMAS hasn't got the ammo, but it can deliver those killer shots at the end. And we've seen 2 game endings with a wonderful gun. It's a 6 kills, 16-point game, and it's a winner-winner chicken dinner for Pod Samlet.
And it's 2 wins back-to-back for teams that were on the wrong side of the leaderboard going into day 2. This just makes things even hotter on the leaderboard. And if you're on the right side of the leaderboard and you're not the ones picking up these wins, now you gotta sweat. Miramar's gone. There's only 3 maps left in the lower bracket.
Does mean we're going to take a time for a quick break. When we come back, though, Gibson's right. There's only 3 remaining maps, and it's Taego up next. That can be a swing for some of these teams if they need to get the momentum. For now, I'll see you guys in a few.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Well, Miramar never disappoints. And actually, welcome back in Phalanx. I want to pick up the point you was talking about as you jumped in with BBL, because I feel like they should have moved, like you said, at least a zone or maybe 30 seconds before.
Yeah, honestly, it's been the main problem with BBL so far in this tournament. I feel like they didn't expect as much as edge presence as we do have in this tournament, and it's been, yeah, it's once again, it's been a main problem for them. If you do meet, I want to say 3 or 4 teams up until phase 6 on your edge, you're just not gonna make it into late game. And also the rotations, as I said in the beginning of the game, I feel like they do need to be a little bit faster. They had massive open space in the northwestern zone. It was a really good shift for them. This is the shift that I was talking about. So why not take the space that you have a little bit faster? So that way you can not only process information faster, you can also prepare for the next circle shifts. Yeah, even better than what they're given otherwise. You can see right here they were once again pressured by the zone downwards instead of making that move when they, you know, when they didn't necessarily need to, but could anyways.
It's about getting those moves at the right time. Well, eventually there was a lot of full sends, and Phalanx, this east side, I don't even know how to describe what I saw, because a third party, 4th, 5th, 6th party, it didn't feel like that's the right terminology. It was just madness that unfolded.
Absolutely. This is why I love these endings just east of the hill, because it gives you so much space to play all these ridge lines and dips to your advantage, and that's what these teams did. Lots of aggression, lots of proactive play as well, and that's what I give credit to all of these teams, honestly. No one really let the zone do the work, and said they took control, and that's what I was just talking about as well. Even Tractor Team, a team that we've seen so far not really being the most proactive team, not really getting out there and using what they have, has in this zone made it work. Sure, they've gone out pretty early, but once again, 7, 8, maybe even 9 frags in this round. That's a great start for them as well.
Yeah, you had 4 or 5 teams whenever we get the eventual push from Pod Samuel who are scrapping for their lives to qualify for the next round on this side of the hill, and every single one of them knowing that they need to get as many points out of every game as they can, and all of them knowing, looking at the rest of the circle, that their only real play was to push these teams, because nobody is trying to push Twisted Minds up on top of the hill as well, because they know they'll have to come down. So they had these fights, and it's just a problem when you're the team in the middle. Like, the 2 teams on either side were the final 2 fighting in that fight.
Yeah, 100%. I think also WLA kind of the same spot. I think they were really, really fortunate that they didn't have to make macro plays in this round, but instead got, you know, got the beauty of what we call the Miramar circles, right? Because usually in Miramar you do have more kind of on-foot playability, so to say. Once again, this is the perfect example of this. Usually in these endfinds, you can play for the last 2, 3 circles on foot, and this is a perfect example. And it really played into their cards. We've been saying they've been struggling in macro game. This time around it was micro. That was the most important thing in this round, and you can see it, right? 11, 12 frags. Once again, this is a massive start into the day for them, and might just give them a really, really good shot now at qualifying for the grand final.
God, it's about getting a shot for the grand finals. That was a late pickup though for the FAMAS, but it really, really came to fruition at the end. And that's not the first time we've seen the FAMAS though make an effect and put some chicken dinner on the table. Talk about chicken dinners, let's have a look at that leaderboard though, because there are some points on the board. And as Gibson said though before, that right hand side of the table is getting a bit congested, but one game can make a change.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not even looking at the top 4 anymore. In my opinion, that top 4 are, as long as they pick up 1 or 2 points a game, they're making their way in. I'm looking now at everybody that's on the bubble. I think for Devan, in 3 maps now to pick up that many points, you can probably rule them out, because for them to catch up, they need everybody else above them to play terribly, and it ain't going to happen. But the big teams now, BBL have snuck their way into the top 8. Gaming Gladiators are 8 points off now, and Entropic are another 4 points behind them. The only reason we keep bringing up those teams are because they're the ones that have orgs, they're the ones that have backing, and they're not getting into that top 8 the way they'd like to. And Fairy Tail, they're a team that I think, even after a win early today, they still have to up things a lot.
Yeah, and I gotta talk about BBL again. You were talking about orgs that have backing. This is such an experienced roster. To see them just struggling with macro is so surprising to me. And once again, even in this game, where they doubled the average placement points that they usually have, I'm still concerned, because honestly, they didn't have to meet anyone there up until phase 5, phase 6, and they still weren't able to make a clean rotate down and weren't able to, frag out and play to the best of their ability. So, man, this isn't even this was a relatively good round for them, but it was one of the easier ones, right? It was one of the easier rounds in terms of rotating. So as soon as they have trouble again and they don't get into fighting spots, and this could happen, right, for the next 2 games, then it's gonna be a problem again. And then, man, they're on the cutoff anyway, so they gotta pick it up.
They just pick it up. You say easy to rotate in. I don't think so, mate. It was mental, mate. It was mental on that top side. There is one map, though, that is not easy. We did see that, though. The next map is going to be on Taego. Felix, obviously, before we let you go, any very quick predictions, though, for map number 3?
Well, you're putting me on the spot.
100%, because you got a lot.
I think we've just seen Tractor Team pick it up a little bit, and just for the fan base as well. I'm going to go with Tractor Team because I want to see them win. And this is, once again, I said it, make or break to some degree as well for this team. You were rooting out Devon. I would say after this game, if they don't pick it up, might just rule out Tractor Team as well. So they need a good game.
They need a big game. I think it's like 25 points to get to like sort of the 8th. So I think they are thereabouts, and our Tractor Team are just ahead of them. So with 12 points in it for them, I think they can do it. Felix, now we've got to say goodbye to you as it is time for Taego. The players have been checked. We've secured their baggage into the hold, and it does mean the madness that we just seen from Miramar might be doubled up here. It's going to be round number 3, Gibson. It's going to be Taego time.
Taego, one of the new additions to the game. Let's jump in because I am excited for this one, Mark. We saw chaos on this map yesterday, not just for the players, but for me too. My mic just decided yesterday I ain't getting involved in Taego, but I'm here for this one tonight. The flight path from the southeast towards due north, Army Base being the final stopping point. Oh, this could be a very, very intense game for those teams on the Bronx side of the leaderboard.
Well, and before it gets intense, don't forget, though, Tulpar PROTALITY. Obviously, thank you very much. And the sponsors, if you get 2 minutes, though, go check out Tulpar and the notebooks. The monster you see on the adverts is insane. Plane path, though, is about done and dusted. I'm worried because we had this yesterday and the zone teased us with a south, but pops to the north.
Yeah, where the zone will go is the massive question mark, though, because one thing I like about Taego is everything bar the southwest. But in the main part, they've taken some things that were wrong with the other maps and fixed them here. Like, if this goes to one of that island on the north, there's way more paths into the circle than there are on Erangel. So if we do see a north circle, it won't be too bad. Everybody has now come down off the plane pod. Samuel are heading towards Godok. But Mark, the zone shift is about to pop.
Yeah, there we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Early flight path, and is there a game that we can have that might have most of the zone in? Unlike, I suppose, the first one, this one is just as aggressive. We have a lot of the unplayable in itself. That red line you see, if you make your way over, then you can run there or swim there. You'll find yourself heading back to the lobby very quickly. Bright side, he might be thinking about this one for Fairy Tale and Rotate. LURW in that studio position, very, very strong. Big decisions. Not a lot of space.
Oh, it's worse than the last one because the water is essentially unplayable here too. And if you think of the circle as avenues of entry into it as well, when you consider the whole south side you can't enter from, pretty much most of the east is unenterable as well. You've only got that little half circle that you can make your way in from, and that means that you'll have a bit more action on the fringes. The whole effect that we spoke about earlier, the inverse donut, where everybody piles in towards the center and it opens up the middle, that ain't going to happen this time around. And if you're a team like Fairy Tale, like LULW, who are on the wrong side of the leaderboard, you've just been gifted the circle and prio inside it. It's being taken away quickly. We're what, 2.5 minutes gone? Look how many teams are already rotating.
Makes me remember of Liquid and that drop for Jinky. Like, if you saw a millipop, they were gone straight away. This zone screams for it. It's like the military island of Taego. You say gifted, though, from these teams that are in it. I think they've been put on the spot now. They've got to make very quick decisions because you're right. Teams are rotating in very quickly, and Twisted Minds, they're hunting down players, and the Howl, the Wolfpack, they need to run away.
Yeah, Howler getting out of there because they rotated up. They don't want any fighting inside phase 1. And this is just solely based on their positioning on the table. But Twisted Minds are surrounding this compound on all sides, and I think that they left this one a little too late. Sloy Jacket gets a huge opening knock onto Perfectix, and that's exactly what they needed. He fires shots the other way, which will force a dip into cover once more. The longer he stays alive, the more chance that the rest of LoLW might just get involved. But that knock from Batu might change things just a little, and Sloy is retreating.
Jordan's a quick kill confirm. I think Sloy will be disappointed that he can't get the confirm on himself. But great instant reaction, though, from Twisted Minds. He has a little go at it again. He has a little cheeky look. He might actually get it, as points are needed from this team. And with the car rotating away, I think the smoke will provide just as much cover as needed. You've got to let that one go now. Fight them later.
Oh, when Lou's going to hit you like that, you definitely got to let it go. Sloy Jacket will go and join the rest of LoLW, who will play the remainder of this map with 3. But that's what we're talking about. When you get a circle like this, there will be teams that are going to say her best bet of getting points is to play hyper aggressive. And Twisted Minds, they flexed their muscles there. They were like, look, we're Twisted Minds, we're one of the top teams in the world. We know for a fact that we can clear the center compound if we push early and aggressive, even with weak, not having as much utility as you need. And that's what they did.
And they weren't happy they got knocked off at the top spot on the leaderboard either, so they did conquer it back there at the end. A lot of movement though. The only 2 teams not to move is Entropic and our Hayaku, who are in 13th and 14th. So I think more and more focus as we get towards the end is going to be focus point onto these teams. I like the solo kind of information gather, and a lot of these teams, they're going to try and claim anything they can now. And how? They're already watching, but the parachutes from the tractors are coming down.
Yeah, they've made their way towards the what you can class as the southern extremity of the playable area in the circle. And I think I just see a vehicle getting picked up there as well. This is the thing about emergency pickups. Normally when you take them, getting vehicles is the hard part, but they've gotten a few. They're going to get some compounds, and that was a huge decision for them to make that rotate, and I'm glad it has paid off, because at the end of the day, our boy Falix, he said that they're the team to watch in this map, and they're making the right moves early days anyway.
A few teams already here. They're going to hunker their way down. GG's rotating in. We spoke a lot about the rotation from Gaming Gladiators just not being up to that world-class standard that we expect. And I feel like they'll be the same. So taking every game now, coming into the final 3, as serious as possible to get as many points on the board. To a team like that, I do worry they might get more and more aggressive down to that 5th game.
What do you make of 7G tonight compared to last night? Because they were slow starters yesterday, third-partied a lot, but we saw the best of them when we got to Erangel. Do you forecast some of the same, or do you think the pressure is getting to them a little bit?
As I said to you in the pre-show, right? This is 7G was the one I was watching, because yes, they were doing the third party. Yes, they weren't getting the placements, but it's a winning formula. They've clearly changed the formula. And at what game do they go, it's not working out for us, we need to adapt and change?
If I'm them, it's probably whenever you look at the leaderboard right now and go, hey, we've not been playing as aggressive as we were. We're not third-partying like we were, and everybody else has started to catch up. The caveat to that, though, is you got to think of a lobby in PUBG as a living, breathing, evolving thing. And all these teams are getting a better understanding of how everybody wants to play, how everybody wants to rotate. Sure, they would love an extra day to get full knowledge, but day 2 is always going to be harder because teams have a better idea of what's going to happen.
The only difference is, though, Gibbs, you don't have that extra game to make a mistake. I feel like with a best of 6 each evening, you kind of get away with one game that you can maybe have with a final day, lower bracket, prize pool plus wildcard on the line. There's pressure for these teams that won't have the discipline to take it. And talk about discipline, WLA though, great shots, and we're seeing that 7-6-2 rain of fire come back in.
Yeah, they got double-digit kills last time around. I think they got 11 or 12, which is what they need to keep doing to make those massive gains up the leaderboard. Flinsky Bocce should be able to get that res off as well. I'm looking at this circle though, Mark, and it really ain't looking good, is it?
Well, you're looking at the circle. I'm looking at bringing Falax in. Welcome back. Let's see what you make of this zone.
Very interesting zone with lots of early rotations. First of all, welcome back, guys. In case you have seen the bottom half of the circle, take a look at GG. So far, we haven't really seen GG play early in any of the Taego circles, whether it be in upper bracket or lower bracket. Well, especially, or in qualification, rather. Upper bracket I didn't play, but especially the lower bracket so far. Taego games we've seen very, very late, sometimes even sticking in the blue zone, phase 1, phase 2. This time around, very different. Look at the rotation they do. Very far eastern side, wrap around, southern side, may even make it into studio or even west of it. And I think that's a great entry. They know the circle, and the teams that play in the circle play differently on these very southern, with lots of playing room already being outside of the circle. So yeah, they've got lots of space down there. I think it's a great rotate, and that's definitely down to the preparation.
Yeah, it definitely is. We might even have to bring you back, Felix, because this circle could get worse when phase 2 eventually pops. But thank you for that insight, Mark. That was a great job there, as Divan, I think, got picked up, and it's more points on the board for teams that really want them. But look at the Entropic as they rotate in on the southern side of the circle. They're finding positions to go to very difficult to find.
Is difficult. It's all down to the zone. Yes, bring back Felix, because I need to understand how and where these teams are going to go. Looks like Entropic go for that south side. I really like this area, because if they move again towards the east, you've got a little bit that you can hunker those cars, and you might be able to pick up a team like Pod if they come rotating around. If the zone plays back to the west, you're going to get teams coming back the other way. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more people in their cars, and they're kind of driving slowly, waiting for this next zone to pop. Oh, wow.
You know what?
Wow.
It could have been worse, Mark. It could have been worse. There's a lot more playable area here this time around than, you know, what we might have expected. Entropic are loving that circle, but I'm looking at the likes of GG, who went for that massive rotate on the east side, who have now found the zone kicking away from them extremely once more. And there's a mad scramble. Speaking of mad scrambles, Grandes, that's not how you park your car, by the way.
Just remember you parked, mate. Yeah, the one facing up. Going to take a compound. At least these teams got to start rotating their way now back. School completely open still. The compound south of School. Pod came in. They're going to move back. BBL, we talk about them playing edge. They're not going to have the opportunity in this round because they're going for a 2-2 split. But they're pretty much in the heart of this zone as it stands.
Yeah, and it's just that massive rotation roulette that's going on between all these teams now. GG. Melman laying down the fire on all the teams, or all the Plinska players as they rotate in, and they'll see Afrite get a sneaky angle on the other side and gets the knock and kill confirmed on the Levante. And it's just not going well, because 7G, they've got that kill, and they're already fleeing the scene of the crime.
Yeah, but there's only 3 of them. There's the other player. You can see him now as he comes into shots, but it's not. It's Plim putting the damage down. Seek swats back over the other side. Doesn't understand which side the shots are coming from. Ali's dancing around his pony, but it's not going to be for long. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, there we go. 7 game and eventually finding him. And Ali was teased, not just with the shots from one side. It was Plin taking a backstab in the back.
Oh, this is not what GG fans need. Uba and Melman, 2 of the most experienced players in global PUBG. They've got a tough ask on their hands. They need to get enough points in this game that they can just keep up with the teams at the top. Like, they've probably agreed to the fact now that they're not going to win this map. It's just about how many points they can. It's all about salvaging as much as you possibly can from this point on.
You say that, though. They need 8 points, though, Gibson. So, yes, they're down 2 players. We know Taego can be quite aggressive anyway. And arguably, with a zone like this, you might have just 2 players that have got a bit of a compound. They need a bit of PUBG luck if it comes back their way. But they're 2 players that could put 8 points on the board.
They definitely can, but it's going to be difficult with a circle the way that it is. So, with that, speaking about the circle, Felix, what have you seen?
Really interesting. We were talking about BBL and them rotating so late throughout the rest of the games, especially on Taego 2. This time around, if you look at Phase 1, them knowing so much of the playing ability or playing room of Phase 1 is just not there. They rotated very early, even earlier than some of the teams far down south from them. And that's what I really like about them. Look, this is the Phase 1 circle they've taken, and so far they've been rewarded with a Western shift, yes, but also the compounds itself is quickly what I want to touch on. Great compounds that they chose. Not only has Smash and Thunderlost opportunities if it does shift towards north or east to rotate out of it on foot, which is what they love, but also so does Shadowlon Arrow, right? Towards the southern side. Great hillside they can easily have access to, and they will most likely keep their cars as well.
Thank you very much, Felix. And I think you're right. If the zone does shift down, we still hold on to a little bit of water. Either way, really, with BBL Gibson means that they've got opportunity into a late game. Difference for them, though, and they're not on the outside edge. Let's see how they play this one.
Yeah, it's greedy and confident. The zone shifts, and it keeps a little bit of the unplayable terrain in position. But with that shift, I think if they rotate, the only reason would be because of Haiku and Mad Bulls. If they don't rotate this way, they might even keep the 2-2 split a little bit longer. Orgless, though, they're very close to Plinska Bocce inside of Song Am. We've got Tractor Boys in there, Entropic, Fairy Tales. A little bit further north, it's Lol W. Song Am ain't that big of a city, and we have a lot of teams trying to find somewhere to park up inside. And here's GG's hero send coming through. Ruren will get the knock on to Melman, but it ain't looking good for GG. One player left alive. What can Uber do?
That was a big call for them as well, because their compound still remains in, so they look to try and take the early rotate, but results down into a solo player. It'll be interesting to see, as you mentioned before, back to your point on BBL, they might just fall back to their normal game style now, and I know it sounds greedy, but actually just remaining, there's not many teams on the west-hand side, so as long as they rotate around them, I think we might see BBL now play the edge.
Yeah, Ibby, for the viewers can't see, but Ibby's actually scouting them out. Sloy Jacket here for Lol W. He's gone prone. He's got these little dips, you know, these rice fields that you have, and we're jumping over to Mad Bulls now as Ibby starts to damage Mad Bull, or for Mad Bull start to damage BBL. And I feel like the rest of the team needs to get active and start coming this way. Mossboard gets a knock on to Shiro Mark as Haiku get caught out on the rotate as well.
Dodge, duck and dive, get yourself back in. You said the viewers can't see it. They can if you're on Twitch. Don't forget, we've got a map feed. The exclamation mark map. That'll get you a link. But for now, Mad Bulls make the mad dash towards the compound. They've isolated the two. Sheeta has to get involved. And look at BBL. They're getting in the cars. They're going to collapse as well. They want to take this fight, and that's the right call.
Yeah, and as long as Shilla can stay alive, it helps it even more. Iro comes under a heavy fire, but Shilla gets out of that first blue zone nade, which gives him a little bit more time. Quizzy wraps around the side, but can't get the angle on the Shilla, who is playing the stairs. Understanding how these compounds are laid out is a big, big thing to do here on Taego.
Understand it's needed. Shooter understands how he needs to deliver the first shots. He does. Nixie is down. He's going to be looking to get a nade, though, and try and isolate another player here from the Mad Bulls, but they now need to just work calmly. Don't overextend. They do catch out, but not getting the knock that's needed.
Yeah, there's another knock from Shilla as Quizzy's going to fall as he sprints past as well. This ain't going good for Mad Bulls, and the final kill is going to finish them off. BBL up to 3 kills, and that's huge for them. Pod Samala did third party from the high ground up on the hill, as they now realize with BBL there, they can harass BBL the same way that Twisted Minds just harassed Lol W out of this lobby.
That was huge. BBL, they could have left it as a 2-2 split. They didn't. They collapsed and they got some kills. Now the zone shifts away. We still have unplayable terrain. But look at the map. GG, Uber, be happy. He's been blessed with some drops.
Yeah, and Uber needs them. He definitely needs them. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. It's all about sustainability now for him and getting into the top 8. Every point is a good one. And if they help, if the utility helps, the extra bits you get in that crate, you gotta take the risk of going for it. Pod Samlet, though, I like this rotate from them, Mark. They've gone to the extreme extremities south of this map because they know it's completely empty and the terrain isn't the worst either for survivability.
No. Before we get there, we actually can go straight back there. Loser ended up Uber. GG was rotate 12. Gotta remember, Pod Samlet worked their way down there before, and I am so surprised a team is not there. That is such a crucial section of the map that actually with zones like this, you can hold your cars into safety, and Pod Samlet, they're going to get a complete freebie potentially in towards the late game.
Yeah, they will. But Batu here for Twisted Minds. They've got 2 players on the north, so I think it's Batu and Lu that'll make sure that Haiku can't get a footing inside this circle as they try to come down that hill, and BBL will rotate this direction now too. This edge of the field is open and vacant, and BBL are going to park up there. But here is the third party action. We're seeing Haiku get involved. BBL are dipping into cover. Actually, Mark, have you seen the Smash has gone for a bit of a flank here with the rest of BBL, and now they're coming back.
I think he was looking for another way in, but you think he sees players. This is dangerous. The rice fields are hard to play, let alone having a Twisted Minds already here, hunkered down, clearing out the solo warrior of gaming gladiators. No need for them to overextend. The problem they're going to have, though, if Haiku gets to this ridgeline just in time, they might be able to get some free shots. They're having a look at it, but they're not playing too aggressive, and that car will roll slowly. We'll have to wait and see if Twisted Minds maybe want to get in the next field over.
Yeah, Blue Zone's closing in on BBL here, and it's phase 4, so that's not one you want to sit in for too long. Haiku still holding on the north side of the circle here as well. But for BBL, they've upped the aggression a little bit. They've been rotating a tad better over the last 2 maps. Can they get more points? They currently rest in 8th place. And they've already got 3 points, Mark. But 3 points a map is not going to be good enough.
No, they need to get that rate up. Actually, I'm surprised that pod didn't go all the way towards that section. The bot, no, 7G have taken it. They're going to be happy. Let's see if they get the zone. But for now, Haiku is going to put down Smash, and August is going to put down Fender. That's the 2 of the players that are lurking on the outside edge. They go down, and BBL from a strong 4 instantly roll an empty car into a 2-man squad.
And here is the shift, and it goes south, and well, that's a curious one right now. Pod Samlet will probably play for the fields now as they see that zone shift through. Dante looks to be the one that makes that call, but BBL and Haiku fighting the bushes, making it almost impossible to see these players as they rock up, but Iroh does confirm out one.
Does confirm out. More importantly, Reaper confirms his position. So much information denied from the U2. The nade comes through. Doesn't quite get the connection needed, and the fight has to continue. It's a one-man fight now. Outside edge. Plin might want to get involved in it as well, but also our Twisted Minds team, they're fully stacked up. They took the drops from the gaming gladiators. I saw a P90, I saw an MG. Most of these guys have got level 3 gear to come and storm their way through the town.
Mark, there's 11 teams left alive, and Twisted Minds have 7 kills already.
And how
7. Exactly. And it's nuts how many kills they've been farming this map. Haiku, I think that Shilla will get res, but Haiku need to get a little bit quicker on their push. But the problem is you have Twisted Minds and Plinska preventing any sort of a push over the hill. But I don't know what these teams are going to do with a shift like that. Here comes the fairy tale push as April will get over towards the bungalow. CC wasn't able to get that knock. And CC's got to be careful now because April is a pretty nifty player.
That's a huge play. And a very dangerous play. Somehow driving his way through the town. The other guys are split though. They've gone for the field. Hero, he does go down. BBL does get that confirmed. So 11 play for them. The team's now starting to drop. 10 remain with 33 players left alive. And Fairy Tail, they're just cruising on by. The team like in Tropic is very difficult to do. He had to bail from that car.
I think the teams are struggling with a circle because it's not one they see a lot. Like, when's the last time, Mark, you've ever seen a Song Am finish, a south of Song Am potential finish? The players just aren't 100% sure on what's playable and what's not playable. And we saw Pod Samlet go to the paddy fields and fall back, realizing they couldn't play it. Kron has done the exact same on the south side. Like, they just don't know the angles as well as they would like to in this section of the map.
This is only one point I ever disagree with you. I've actually seen quite a lot, but you're right in a point now because normally people would be here a lot sooner, and it still feels like people are just extending their way in for no reason. They're not thinking about the late game. They're not thinking, as Falak says, 2-3 zones ahead. Just in mind trying to put up on the outside, trying to take the compound away, but Plin's here. There's a confirm for them. Nailip now goes for the grenade though, and Rista is going to be looking for that final, but the cover of Taego still able to keep Twisted Minds alive.
Yeah, here's Plinska now looking to clear out the P90, but that's a little easier said than done because there's one from example. Rista will step through you can see the hedge makes it difficult to see. Covering fire is there. Twisted Minds finally get eliminated as the zone closes up on those rice fields, and now Plinska, Bocce, Orglas, Howl, Pod Samlet, 7G, looking to fill a very small space.
In the space they're trying to fill is that one Twisted Minds getting into this top side. Now we see How make the position as well. 2 already down. How trying to capitalise as well. They want this ridge. They want to be able to keep the teams in the town and then play into the field later. But How needs to kill Plin. And Plin with Luke Rux is hard to go. But he goes down. Here comes a bigger push. Nailip though going to try and get the final confirm around. Great shots for him. Able to deal with that one. And How backed up on the other side. And Plin continues to push forward.
2 versus 2. Naileup will toss the stun, but Rurn will take his feet from beneath him as Naileup falls as well. Yuri, he's got an angle on this, but can he get a knock? It's a 1 versus 2 now. Lands some damage on that initial spray, but he has to dip back. Is he going to go for another peek?
Yuri's only got the one door to peek out as well, because he goes the other way. He's going to have a lot of teams. Orclus looking to come involved. This is a crucial area now to take, because if you get this compound, you can work your way in the rice field slowly, field at a time, clearing the remaining teams. But we see the team, the tractors, the farming their way now out towards this position. They'll be eager to take the rice field ending. And you know what? A team called the Tractors ending in the rice field. Couldn't think of anyone better.
Let's see if they can actually get the victory off the back of it, though, Mark, because there's still 8 teams in this lobby. Hoyle looking to flush Yuri out. Yuri will get one on the corpse bag. Rurn tossing the nade through, but you can see the blue zone will get Quetpa. That is going to be more players falling on the sides of Hoyle. It's all down to Rurn now. He's taken down by Yuri. And Yuri will probably not live much longer in the circle either, because Global Army is holding the push. And I think Yuri, I don't know, is he going to deny? Will he sit? 7G get eliminated now too.
Yeah, so another point on the board. At least, even if Yuri does tap out, he might be able to get a few more meds on the go in the blue zone, sweep through. He will need to go. Orclus disciplined on their approach. They're still holding on to the town. And kind of back to your point of these style of endings, you're right. It's the actual angles the teams don't fully know. And the speed at which this zone's unfolding is insane at the moment.
Yeah, everyone's still holding on. The only team that really aren't inside Songam proper are Pod Samulet, who made that rotate 3 circles ago, 4 circles ago. They elected to play this section of the map, and they are reaping the rewards of that position, because the rest of these teams will more than likely do 90% of the work for them as we now get ready, Mark, for that next shift.
It's going to be the next shift that is needed. But there's a few blacks, a peekaboo around the outside. And for Plint, sneak out towards the top side and back around, looking for any more meds. 7 is the number they might be ending on. It is 7 kills, 6th place. You kind of would take that for Plint. They held firm and they denied How the opportunity to get more points on the board.
Yeah, that's probably best case scenario for them whenever they lost those players to Hoyle. So zone shifts away from the fields, and Pod Samulet will need to move once more, but those positions that were unplayable earlier by the ridges of the rice fields are a little bit more favourable now if they can move up. And Dante will go on a scouting mission here once more. So this is what we're speaking about. You couldn't play this position earlier because of how big the circle was and because other teams had the high ground. Now you can. So it goes to show that a map is fluid. What was once unplayable finds itself playable now.
There's the zone shifts that we love, the chaos which is unfolded, but the chaos has been controlled by Pod Samulet at the moment. They're doing all right. They control, they didn't extend all the way in, and they arguably are going to hold a very strong position now. But it is phase number 7. 5 teams up, 15 players. It's not a lot of space, especially if you're on the west.
Yeah, the west side of the circle's being held by Entropic now, who are again on that wrong side of the leaderboard. You look at all these teams involved, when you be real with yourself, every one of these teams probably needs this win, which makes every decision that little bit more tense.
That's it. Some of the big hitters already down and out. Tractor teams looking for that win, looking to try and change their fate. They've got an AWM across that field, can be dangerous. We just saw a gas can, I believe, by Fairy Tale. So they want an explosive ending towards this one, but there's not many zones remaining.
No, we're about to get the phase 8 circle shift. You assume it's going to be somewhat of a donut. It usually is at this point. Tractor team, they'll see Lighted get knocked, and that'll be a push now to get a res, but Pod Samulet will not be in any rush just yet to crash that compound. It's, as we spoke about, that tertiary utility, the helmets, the vests, the wards of attrition. These weapons are destroying those helmets and vests, and it makes things easier the later we get into the game. But Pod Samulet, they've got to deal with what they have, because there ain't much loot left to gather.
2 LWMs, and they're both pointing towards Pod Samulet. Under the plane they might need to go. They'll be waiting for this next zone shift now. Entropic looking for some big wins here. Cron delaying the traps already and waiting for teams to play his way. The zone store holds, so maybe April can hold out on the blue. Orclus pretty tight, but it's the Tractors All eyes, the fans will be in them for chat, waiting for them to try and claim this one. But there's still 4 other teams that are in front of him, and at least they've got one of the AWMs.
Because of the circle, Pod Samlet are the only team that's really able to play with a split right now. So Dante is going to be on one side, feeding the information about what Entropic are doing, and on the other side of the circle, Pen and Presente can keep an eye. So they have teams holding these compounds now, waiting for them to leave and make their way into the circle. It's really clever thinking from Pod Samlet. They're trying to corral the other 3 teams to fight each other first.
It's like what we saw, though, from Foot with Entropic and Na'Vi. Sit back, let the madness unfold. Pod are in a good position, arguably, when it comes down to the leaderboard. So they're not chasing the kills like some of these other teams are. So, hey, let them all fight out in the zone. I'll take the final dot and then swoop in and clear up any final kills that are remaining. For now, Entropics, though, they're down for a 2. They're looking to get their first kill on the board, though, but it's not going to come so far as Orclist, though, get the first knock back. And Entropic need to get a very quick res on.
Yeah, they should get the res, though, because it's up on top of the roof, and it'll take a bit of time to get close enough. Dedrix with the Dragonov will decapitate CC, and April will steal a kill away. Fairy Tail have 3 on the board, and they're inside the top 5. Kron is in the circle, though. This ain't bad for them, but he is going to get pushed by the winner of all of this Entropic this Entropic Orgless fight. Tractor team, they're just relaxing now as well. They're like, let the teams inside the city deal with it. We can pick up the pieces of what's left. They're more focused on the fight that will come a little bit later with Pod Samolet.
You said team stacks. I 100% agree with you. They've got the discipline, they've got the know-how, they've got the knowledge. Just to wait a little bit longer. Orgless go from a 4 down to a 1. So scrabble their way in towards zone. We know Kron's got a little sneaky trap already lined up, and there it goes. I think he's trying to wait for Orgless to fall on that one. But no, doesn't drop just yet.
Last second. This is going to be a last second job for a lot of these teams. Kron, here's footsteps, but not really aiming in the right place just yet. Presente goes down to the blue. Dedrix gets the knock on to Pin as well. So for Pod Samolet, this is a problem, and Tractor team look to have mobilized just a little bit, peeking towards Pod Samolet, but realizing they can't just get that angle yet. And Pod Samolet, it's desperation smoke mode for them, because Dedrix wants to move this way.
Just going to the field. Got to favour the Tractors here. Entropic come out. Blue zone on the back. Blue zone nade in front. Jedrix, though, has to use the smoke, though, for Pod Samolet against them now. He's going to try and work his way. Orgless and Fairy Tail, they're going to go 1-1, but Rox is disciplined and he's waiting, but Dante gets the first knock, though, onto the Tractors.
Yeah, and that'll help them massively as they are getting pressure. But Marcy's gets the knock back the other way. Fairy Tail are eliminated. We got our top 4. We got our top 2, because just like that, everybody falls. And Tractor team are sending it through the field. They're trying to have plowed through the opposition, and now they are going to reap what they have sown as they push the Pod Samolet mark. Here we go.
Let's go. Tractors laid the seed down. They ended it arguably in the best position for them, out in the field, laying it down. 7 kills, 17 points. And hey, they're going to get the reward back, as they so needed those points when it came down to the leaderboard.
Did you even notice on the logo? I only picked up on it there now, that the Tractor has Marcis's name on it, and that he's carrying the rest of the team. I only saw that there now. You know what? I love it. I actually love it.
Well, I do love it, but I also love the opportunity to take a quick break. It does mean, though, that's our final Taego done and dusted. Final games will be left on Erangel. For now, I'll see you guys in a few.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Well, welcome back, everyone. But more importantly, welcome back the main man with the prediction. Phalanx called the tractors early. They farmed their way to a chicken dinner at the end. Let's break down. Come on, what did they do to deserve the win apart from you making the call?
Well, that was obviously the main part. I called them out. I told them they need to be ready for this game, and they absolutely were. I mean, great rotates coming in. Look at this. Look how far they were actually from the circle center and where it ended. How crazy of a rotate is that? They did what I wanted GG to do in the end, and what they did as well. They took a far eastern rotate, came into the very far southern side, and entered the city at the very southern side where the zone in the end ended as well. And that's what I love to see, right? These smart rotates, same with Pod. These smart rotates really paying off as well. Said it so many times. Lots of these teams that came to the lower bracket, to the qualification spots, and then made it to the lower bracket, haven't really wrapped as much as some of these teams that went to upper bracket or Pod and Tractor for that matter. And this is what I like to see. Be more creative with the rotates. Take chances as well. Don't just play straight in like BBL have been, because in this lobby, it's just not working out.
Yeah, and you're speaking about rotates and understanding the map, right? Pod Samuel took a really big gamble on one of those circles of rotating on the southwest side of the circle and playing the hill because they knew it was relatively clear. And you could even see from their position, though, that they weren't the only team, Phalanx, that didn't necessarily know how this section of the map plays out. And this is still a relatively new map to the pool. And when you go to a section like that, you can tell teams sometimes just don't really know what to do.
Yeah, it's perfectly analyzed. You can tell by how How played as well in this match, and I want to say Plin as well. They much rather took the fight now than go towards this whole southeastern side that Pod is playing here, for example, because I do believe they just don't know exactly where all the ridgelines are located, how the buildings even play out, and where you can save your vehicles and so on and so forth. And I think that's why we saw so many teams aggress early on than maybe what they needed to. And yeah, I think it's a lovely thing to see, because how often did we maybe even take 2023 PUBG Esports, for example? How many times did we really see a circle that we haven't seen before at all? Now we have had 2 in a row, and that's crazy and massive, and I think the players really like it as well.
Crazy zones. Well, look, if it's not for the players, it's definitely for us as the casters. I want to carry on that topic, though, of rotations. But while we do that, let's bring up the leaderboard, though, because the Tractors got the win, and arguably they are climbing that leaderboard. But Phalanx, there was a big rotate, though, from GG. They went down some numbers, and they played a little bit of a roll of the dice. A big rotation out towards what they believed to be the end, but it didn't last, did it?
Yeah, Uba was the only one making it through with that rotate. I really thought he would have a great chance playing at that shack, but then it did shift down south, and at that point, Twisted Minds knew exactly what they needed to do, right? Clear him out, make sure they get that point on the board, because that's how great Twisted Mind plays as well. And obviously, in that position, why not do it anyways? You've got no pressure at all. Make sure you go for these absolutely big rounds. You don't need to do any fancy rotates anymore. Play straight in, because nothing can really matter anymore for you. It legitimately doesn't matter what you place at here. Once again, though, as you said, the rotate from GG, originally really good, but they just lost people on the rotate, and that's where it fell apart. They just didn't get a spot, and these southeastern or southwestern shifts rather really destroyed their confidence in making it in further, and they really looked for the fight, fought as well, but just lost it, unfortunately.
The big thing is, though, we've only got 2 maps left, so we're getting very close to knowing who the top 8 is going to be, and GG is probably a lot of people's favorites, one of their favorite teams going in because of the love that roster had from PGC. They are now, 14 points off of 8th place?
Yeah.
And that's 14 points. But they also need every single team below or above them, between there and 8th, to not pick up a lot of points, because it's not just as simple as saying, oh, you're 14th points off of 8th spot. You're 14th points away, as are the teams ahead of you who are actually closer as well. So this isn't even as straightforward as, oh, if GG go out and get a chicken dinner this time with a pile of kills, they'll qualify. No, they're essentially at a spot now where they need assistance from other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the one good thing that is going for them, though, and I have to mention that, is they're not as prone to pressure as I want to say the rest of the teams down there, because they're the most experienced lineup currently out of the placement, out of the qualification spots. I think that's in my opinion, the one thing that really matters. Do you play the next 2 games as if nothing happened and you just play your game and maybe, try to make the best out of it? I think, yes, they will. I don't think they're faced by the situation at all. For Uba, though, once again, this is make or break. I know he's been so experienced. He's played the very big stages. He's one of the best players in the world and has been at multiple points in his career. How would he fare with going out in one of the first tournaments of this season like this? Look, I don't want to predict anything, but that would be incredible.
Yeah, because you got to win a chicken dinner last time, so don't be using no prediction work, Alex. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's crazy though. I'm still not too worried. I still think GG can come back. I think they were one of the only teams down there below the 10th place that I would still predict to at least have one more good showing. But man, it's gonna be coming down to the wire anyways.
Well, going down to the wire, I'm going to say goodbye to FedEx. I'm sure we'll get you back in during that game, so thank you very much at the moment. Gibson, I think he's right though. GG, they can't be taking a big blow. Remember, they didn't get to the upper bracket either, so this is their first and only chance to be able to produce on the board. And when we move into the final 2 games, as you said, actually, there is not a lot of opportunities now. You're going to have to rely on the depth of squad. You're going to have to rely on the... Felix is right. Actually, they've got the capabilities to keep it going. But for now, we've checked the plane. Uber and the boys are leading the charge. Let's get into it. It's going to be round number 4. It's going to be Erangel. Let's get some.
The home of PUBG to finish off the lower bracket. Back-to-back Erangels as these teams try to set their destiny and set their destination onto this weekend's grand finals. Flight path from 3 over to 9. It's east to west, right in the gap between Pachinki and School Apps. And this will give most of the teams their desired drop spots. But Mark, we're speaking a lot about GG. For the fans that are there in the chat, because we know there's a lot of them, cast your mind back to PGC 2022. It was a final day rally from them that managed to win that event. Well, they need a final 2-map rally here.
I'd say the final day that I nearly broke my keyboard cheering the guys on in chat, but they need a big game. The flight path though, east up towards the west, northwest, does give them the opportunity to go for the normal drop zone, so no ult really for them. Most other teams will be thereabouts, and this is the early drop that I'm looking for though. Tractors and How, they might be looking potentially for that hot drop. Both will lay claim to this area. And there come the shots. The Tractors after a win. They put the first point on the board potentially as they are going aggressive against How.
Oh, that's not great though. Neither of these players, they barely have helmets, they barely have vests. You see a DMR being used at close range like a shotgun. Marcy's peeks around. He's coming under fire from a pistol, but his ammo isn't looking great. They're trying to confirm out kills, but Marcy's gets that second knock. That's 1 kill confirmed. It's about to be a second, and Quetpa is in Narnia compared to the rest of this fight. Tractors lose 1, but 3 more kills, Mark.
Let's just take 2 seconds and just appreciate Code Marco and a pistol, right? If I ever see that guy with a pistol again, I will run the other way. Talk about fighting with your back against the wall, and with your back against the wall, you're now back against the zone and the Tractors. We said they need to lay down the seeds to get themselves into the final. Maybe the field is starting to bloom as they got some early kills on the board.
And if Howl go out early here, you can't really say that they're scot-free either. They're on 51 points. 8th place is on 44.
What do you think the cutout's going to be there, Gibson? We've got 2 more rounds, and this middle section is pretty tight.
I think it's going to be around the 58 to 60 point mark. I think that we will get it up around that spot. So a lot of these teams aren't necessarily locked in yet. And you said it yourself last weekend for the upper bracket finals was probably one of the craziest and tightest lobbies you've ever had. This one might be about to match it.
It went down to the wire. The only thing I'd say slightly different is there was pretty much, especially into that last day, and FedEx might even agree, so many teams were stored in it. Unlike this one, I'm going to argue to say we maybe got 2 already out, and they're playing these last 2 to get as many points as they can. But they can be disruptive. So a team like Devan, who we're now looking at, that there's too much to be had to get to 8th place. But every point they take is a point away from a team that might need it.
It's like I said, it's the butterfly effect of PUBG. Even though these teams might not qualify, they still have a huge say on what will happen over the next 2 maps, because every decision they make will impact every other team on the lobby. Speaking of decisions though, Mark, we've seen the zone shift. It's gone up towards Yaz and Stalber. We had something a little bit similar to this yesterday that finished inside the Yaz fields, but already Ibby is extending out of Yaz. He's going to move up onto the high ground. And the new Stalber, the way it's laid out, is a very fun one. And much like in the past, you could maybe have one team there. Now you could probably get 2 teams on those hills, 3 teams, even 4 at times, depending on what way they play it.
Yeah, because they've carved that western side out, so you can put a few cars. They've kind of made those roads in. August, though, second time, we'll take an individual player now to take a scout ahead. Nice use of the E-pickup early on. Rest of them are right in front of us. And Tropic, though, just wait for the cars to get tight. But they've got to be cautious because August don't look to be going anywhere. And actually, they might be trying to camp this bridge out, maybe.
They're beginning to mobilize a little bit. So I think with all the traffic coming their way, they've realized the best thing to do is to move. Because every team that gets past you successfully is another team you'll have to fight later on. Whereas now you can get in a race for those prime positions. BBL getting aggressive with their shift north in the early stages. You can see Devan just by Multipower. They're rotating up. Quetpa, the last player for Howl. This is a fun one for Quetpa, right? Because we have seen solo players so far do big things. But speaking of players and doing big things, Mark, Tractor Team and We Live Again about to lock horns.
Yeah, boy, off on the couple of kills. And big shout to all the fans in chat. Spam the shields to support the tractors. Gotta give it, they've got a lot of love. Let's see if that love can convert to some more kills. They need it. They climb 4 spots now. They're in 11th place. Remember, we are looking for top 8 WLA. Also a team they want to continue their hold. They're currently in 4th place. So a big battle. I definitely feel like if it goes in the way of the tractors, that might be, again, more fuel for the fire.
They're only 1 point off of the 8th spot now because of the kills they've gotten, but that's a great knock from Annie with the AK, lighting the flame unlighted as he will fall. Marcis is moving this direction as well, but Marcis can't get the instant trade back the other way. Nordskiff will wipe out this player. And for Tractor Team, We Live Again are making this decision, so it's all about getting as many kills. If you cannot win this fight, at least take 1, maybe 2 We Live Again players with you. But that decision might be even harder because Low W are on their way.
Oh, Low W have pushed WLA into a spot. I don't think they knew exactly where they were. Tractor's now splitting. They're playing the solos. The solo can cause some damage. Nordskiff trying to take the shots behind as Low W looking to get more points. Again, a team cresting on the outside edge of actually they might not make it if they don't have a good couple of games. Hoba for WLA. It's got a target acquired though. The split from the Tractors means he's going to be pushing forward.
Yeah, Hoba knows the kill feed as well, that they should only have 2 players left alive. Stun push. Jambo with a covering fire, but not enough to get a knock. But it will soften him up a little bit. Nordskiff getting knocked by Lurex as LOLW will make their decision to push now as well. This is actually very winnable for the 2 players of Tractor because of the fact that we've got other fights going on around them. Hello Senpai confirms out Nordskiff, but can Marcis hit the shot with a shotgun, Mark?
He got it at the moment. Oh, he goes down. Hoba discipline though. Huge powerhouses. Looks like the shot going back, but as they spin around, the Tractors will take 1st to 16th place. They've got to go back to the shed and rethink though. Game number 5 is going to be critical for them. But for now, Any looking to get the shots, but Slow comes rolling in to try and deny.
Yeah, this is LOLW making their play. Hoba's the last player alive now for We Live Again, who've had a very good couple of maps back to back. Like, when we look at the leaderboard, Mark, they are sitting in, We Live Again, they are in 4th place. Like, they rocketed up today.
Yeah, they've done well today. They've gone up and down, especially in that top side, but arguably overall, a very, very strong game. And a team which I expected, especially from the upper bracket, that should have been going through. So second chances, they're going to take the opportunity now to get as much as they can. But talk about second chances here. GG, we spoke about them. Levante puts down 1, looking for the second, but unable to get the connection shots. The car will roll its way back. Great understanding. Then actually pushing the car down to the dip will deny the shots though for GG.
And GG need to do this. They have to hunt a couple of extra kills to climb that leaderboard. Remember, 14 points off of 8th place. LOLW, oh, that's great. Levante just kept his eye on his target. He gets the point on the board. And that 14-point gap becomes 13. And better again, knowing that there's still a massive fight going on there, falling back, hit and run, that could be the order of the day for GG now. Just take points where you can get them.
GG, you'd have thought maybe there's more of them closer together. Levante's taking the fight himself. If they had other players here, arguably, shouldn't they be crashing this compound, working off that hard work they've just done?
It's the fact of the split, right? They're prioritizing positioning in the circle over crashing. Like, you look right now, they've got control, I believe, of Liquid, if I'm not wrong. So they're holding the Liquid compound. They're playing the ridge on the other side where we saw Ibby die yesterday. And then Alia is just a bit further back in case Levante needs the support. So they're deciding we got our point. We've got a really good position in this circle depending on where it shifts. Let's not give away anything a little bit too earlier. And that, for a change, Mark, is what Falix was talking about. They're thinking a little bit further ahead in this game.
Well, they've got to. And they've got to merge these two games together. Talk about thinking ahead. Look at the decision from our IGLs. This zone, yes, it gave us that sort of Yaz field ending yesterday. But these teams are making up their own minds where they believe this zone's going to go, in a real split decision from a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the splits. Speaking of split decisions, we've got still a 3-1 from Mad Bulls, which is, if you've been watching them, it's how they like to play. They like having a 3-1 split where Ibby is always the forward scout. He's always the one that usually falls first. It is because of the role he plays. There is higher risk of that happening. But look at GG's position now that the zone has shifted that way. They're already on the move. And are they about to now make that move for Garden and Heaven and X Games? Because they might just do it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do, and they are pushing up onto that position.
And here comes the push further back. The zone shifts down. WLA, they go out. Nixie will get the final blow there. So another kill on the board. GG's now going to find themselves up in heaven. Then they already know, as I say, who's here. They already know there's a player down. If they've been reading the killed feed like the championship squad they are, they will know only 2 remain.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're not going to get over aggressive either. It's a case of scouting out, working out where the 2 players are. And then when you start landing your shots, that's when you push, because then you know it's a 4 versus 1 essentially, because one of the players will be popping a first aid kit and bandaging up. That's what it's all about. Although with a circle like this, Mark, it is very reminiscent of what we had yesterday. And I know that rotations mean everything right now for the teams on the outside.
Rotations are key, and we're seeing difference in splits. So Mad Bulls, I want to mention, obviously they dropped themselves out. They're now in 9th place, but actually they need to have a good game, so it's going to be disciplined. Before we get into that, look, Falix, let's bring you back in, mate, because that zone's going back the way it was.
Yeah. Welcome back, guys. We talked about GG at the beginning of the round, and after the last game, we said they wouldn't necessarily feel as much pressure as maybe the rest of the team, just based off of their experience as individual players, and that's exactly what we see here. Early push on towards Little W. In the distance, they saw them, they pulled up, they got the first frag, and then they rotated in towards the Heaven compound as well. And this is such a strong play. Strong, but risky. They didn't even know that northern side of the compound was clear. 2 teams already fought before that, so they might have even expected someone to be there and breached it anyways. Great spot they're in right now, and heavily favored as well if this zone comes south.
Thanks, Felix, and that's what we were speaking about all night, looking a couple of circles ahead. That's the way they played the end of that phase. Now we get ready for the rest of this one. 7G, Mark, their emergency pickuping in. Looking at the circle, they might have been better staying a little bit in the plane a little bit longer, but they're going back into Yaz, and it's just about getting boots on the ground because they are ripe for the picking for all these teams right now.
Boots on the ground will be key, and frames will be wished. As we know, if it goes Yaz, it'll be very difficult. Kind of feel like we're going to see a Yaz field ending now. Look at the spider web on the mini-map, though. As 7G trying to do anything they can to find themselves into some safety.
An Afrite will fall at the hands of CC, but a smoke grenade thrown will allow this res, but they've got to be quick because a great timer was just put on the down player. And you'll hear me say timer a lot, Mark. What I basically mean for the viewers at home is you're reducing the time that it takes to bleed out by hitting them with a couple of shots.
Yes. Mad Bulls in a good position now. They can control here. They did drop outside the top 8, so we needed 2 big games for them. 1 kill already on the board. Laying some shots back towards Heavens is not a bad idea, as GG will be doing the same. And I believe 7G, they should be able to get that player back up. Right, we're back in strong as a 4. And big rotates from a lot of these teams, especially on the west. I expect they need one between multiple.
Yeah, zone shifts and it donuts up. Still GG in a pretty good position, but this is a fun one because it doesn't look like it on the map, but you've obviously got that little mini forest or Narnia north of Mansion that is inside the zone, and you've also got lots of open fields on the other side. But one thing that will ensure that you get plenty of FPS when you go through that forest and through the section of the map is a Tulpar notebook. So if you want to check them out, make sure and do it. The sponsors of this event, one of the sponsors, and massive thanks to them for that.
So thanks for the support. Here comes Spatulin. He's going to provide some support now. Want to hold the outside. Before he does, he's going to try and get a med on. But Haiku's got, there's a card that's not one of ours. But Spatulin puts down one. He puts down two. Actually, he comes from the other side as well. And he's going to go, thank you very much for the support there. I'm going to pick up an extra kill. 2 on the board for Twisted Minds.
Some people say Batulins is spelled Batulins. I spell it Goat. He picks up a couple more kills for Twisted Minds. And this is what I'm talking about. Twisted Minds in the lower bracket are simply built different.
Kings of the lower bracket. I think they come for practice. I'm just saying, it's too consistent. Talk about consistency, they go back. They're looking for some more kills now, not like because they need them. Well, they take a little shot, they come through. Pod looking to try and make a bit of a control here. Example, we're going to make flames of that door if it opens up for Pod.
Yeah, he's ready. He's waiting for Pod. I love this from Twisted Minds. They secure Yaz Yellow. Now they're pushing into apps on the south side of Yaz as well. GG pick up those 2 kills, Mark. That's big for them. 2 more points on the board. Batu will get knocked, but Twisted Minds, it doesn't really matter for them. They can have fun. And the scary thing is when a lobby leader is in a position where they're already qualified and they can let the reins off and have fun, because that's when they can just be a nuisance for everyone else in the lobby.
Talk about being a nuisance. Worth noting, GG did clear out LULW. If you saw it in the kill feed, they are the team that is in front of him. So another 2 points secured for them. We'll keep an eye as GG work their way in. But for phase number 3, we're seeing Tropic work their way now in towards Yaz. A lot of space for them to work through. But at the end of this town, it's going to be quite dangerous, especially if we see a hold on.
And we won't have to wait very long for that to happen. Fairy Tail are already on the move, though. They'll find the yellows completely clear after we saw the death of Batu there a little while ago. They'll play that position. We have got Haiku in the fields just between Yaz and where we've got GG playing inside of Heaven. Mark, the zone shift, 15 seconds away. What are you thinking?
I think it's going to go towards that top where we saw SRM make the finish, but for now, it's either that or it's going to come down towards the heavy southeast. And Devan, I think they'll be happy either or. If it does play down towards GG, maybe the stars will align for them. Wait and see. It should pop. It does go towards that top side. It's looking like a corner of Yaz. This is a dangerous field to play, and the teams in the south need to get shifting quick.
And I'm looking at other teams in this circle too. BBL have that little bungalow that looks down over those open fields, and it's very difficult to get shots off towards them. Plinsk are on the edge of the circle as well on that side. We have an E-pickup, right? So Fairy Tail are going to E-pickup. Do they go into Yaz or do they go extreme north? This is a massive decision for them to make right now, because wherever they land, they're not going to have any vehicles and they will be on their feet for the rest of it.
I want to mention BBL again, because yes, they have got the position at the very top though, but they can see the compound that's in the field. I'm quite surprised they've not sent 1 or 2 there. We know they like to play the edge. But this is dangerous for them. If they don't clear any teams like Entropic coming round towards them, that's mean they might get denied by a team that's already there. Twisted Minds, they're having a bit of fun now as they are trying to clear out Pod.
Yeah, 2 kills for Twisted Minds. Pod will suffer 1 knock, and Perfectix gets aggressive off of the back of it. Of course Perfectix is taking the Panzer. He sees them. Go on, wait. No. He wants more. He wants more than 1. Kadoosh. He's only going to get 1, and he gets that kill confirmed.
Let's go. Perfectix, though, season 8. Looking for the final player, and there he goes. Repeat happens, though. Discipline. There's not enough in the trade, but Basenti puts himself behind some hard cover. So he might take the opportunity to launch out a nade, but the angles are coming through, and it's down for Pin. Basenti to final player. He's got multiple from Twisted Minds coming in, but with a shotgun, it's going to end it up. Twisted Minds will clear out Pods, and now they would take 11 teams left.
I love how Perfectix kept them busy to allow the flank with the DBS as well. It was great team play getting that wipe, and they are just having fun at this point. Orglis They're inside the top 8. They're inside of Yaz. They're just above BBL in the standings. And when you look at the teams that are alive, so many of the bubble teams are still up. We've lost 5 so far. And Tropic move up to the north, though, and they are going to contest now with BBL. And BBL are in 8th.
It is difficult. It's so close at the moment. That middle section has got really, really tight. There's a handful of points. There's a handful of decisions. There's a handful of things that could go wrong if you don't make those calls right. Smash don't. They're taking their time. They didn't extend their way in. They want to hold the outside edge, the BBL style. There's 1. There's 2. Smash, we're getting those pins up. Might be causing for some reinforcements, but he knows he's by himself, so he lays low. This is a high IQ decision. He's waiting for the team maybe to push their way over.
Yeah, but they're spotted by Grendis on the other side, so the Entropic players are moving into a more defensive position, and they do spot out Smash, and Smash will get knocked. So the ace in the deck for BBL has just been taken down, and the zone shift as well will force Iroh to be very quick going off of this res. But look at this. The fact that BBL got another knock back the other way buys BBL potentially enough time to get Smash on his feet.
I'd say look at the rotate from GG. Great understanding of this zone. They play around. They thread the needle into that compound I was talking about towards the center. They will be taking a look at a winner chicken dinner. They just got to keep their heads down. That's the compound I was talking about from BBL. But GG, they're going to take this one clean and they'll be happy.
Yeah, Rista. He's got an arm. He's got an arm. The nail up is going to get Uber as well. This is not what they wanted. But they've got the smoke blooming, right? So they should, in theory, be able to crawl inside. But Plinsk having some fun here too with the arm in the pocket. But look at Quetpa. He's sneaking up here on the other side of this battle.
He's sneaking his way up because you said around the 60-point mark, if not the high 50s, and that's where we find Team How in the 50 range. And nades though from Twisted Minds come over the top. Mad Balls might roll onto it. He gets away from it. Nixie, man of steel. He's got those steel toe cut boots on as he will running his way down into the police station.
Come on, Molodoct, get to the roof. Fire that Panzer from the roof down on top of Twisted Minds. But you gotta do it quick because 7G are moving as well. No longer is Yaz inside the circle, and because of it, teams are moving. But there is Molodoct. Come on, Molodoct. Make the move. Make the move. We've seen the Panzer once. Let's see it another time. Don't waste it, though. Please don't waste it.
He's got to be so careful. That backfire from it is dangerous. So he needs to make sure he stays away from anything. Now he can much be here, and there comes the peekaboo. It's not like 7G to take a third-party action. If he gets Perfectix down, and 7G right in the middle of everyone, as they will be looking to engage. I'm sure Molodoct will be able to hear that one, but Fairy Tail, unfortunately, will be going out. 11th place for them, and Molodoct, he's getting vaulting.
Yeah, that's bad news for Fairy Tail, but Mad Bulls, 7G are waiting. You said it. They are third-party enjoyers, and they're on the other side. They're actually inside the building, and some damage done to Nixie. And those gunshots onto Mad Bulls will allow Twisted Minds now to push their way towards Mad Bulls. This is not what these teams need. Kasu will take down Ibby, and here comes the aggression. Panzer will be No! He's gonna what is going on? What is going on? He does get a knock on the Perfectix.
Oh, he was too close because he would have gone down as well, but he does launch him back out. Chrissy's laying low, but unfortunately, after all the madness that unfold, Twisted Minds are still on top. About 10 kills on the board. 7 Gaming going to try and get a res, but I think it's going to be job done as that nade is posted. Pinpoint accuracy. Mad Balls get 1. Twisted Minds example will finish up.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds are the team that get out of that, by the way. Like how is the team that are furthest back the one that make it out? BBL are getting pushed hard by Plinska on the edge of the circle. Smash and Iroh are alive. We're inside the placement points now, but BBL haven't got a single kill on the board just yet. They cannot afford to go out. Iroh is stunned and flashed and blinded. Yuri will confirm out Shilla. Iroh trades back Lucarix though, as Yuri will take down Iroh. Right. Smash peeks out. This is huge for BBL in this 1 versus 1.
Let's try and defend the compound. Smash comes out the other side. It's a 1 versus 1. Now plays BB around the outside. They catch him with no gun. He does deliver as Plim will go down. 8th place for them. BBL still remain. He's got to try and get that res if he can and try and get a chance to get himself in towards a bit further of the top 8. BBL don't want to remain on the outside edge.
I cannot iterate enough how important it was for BBL to win that, because they get the kill points and the extra placement off the back of it, which will keep them climbing up the board. But Divan with a 2-2 split will move this direction, and I think BBL have just got to play inside this bungalow for as long as possible. But GG, the team that need the points as bad as anybody, are close to center with lots of hard cover.
Very close to center at the moment, and knew this compound was going to be key. Problem is, you do take a lot of damage. So you only take the damage when everything's settled on the outside, and with Twisted Minds storming their way through Yaz, it's not been the case. There goes the bands out. Just fire! He eventually does. 6 teams. They're going to remain 19 players left, and it is open Yaz fields.
Yeah, Orglis creating a smoke wall towards Entropic that will allow them to get close enough, but Uba finds the first knock from inside the shack. Uba gets another one on the CC, but both kills are stolen away. How important could that be for GG? Global Army will get a knock onto Hockey though, but he's the last player for Orglis standing. Thunderlost picks up another valuable point there for BBL, but GG have just been denied 2 points.
There's a denial though, and looking for some more. Lou gets Melman. Global Army, he's going to tab out though. Orglis in 6th place now. 5 teams, quick game phase number 6. Complete different pacing for these last 2 games potentially, if it's anything to show from this one. GG, as I said, they're going to be continuing to take damage. They need to ensure they keep the U2 alive, and they also need to ensure teams do not get close. This game of chess is now target acquired for GG.
They've already gotten knocked twice from Twisted Minds. The only saving grace they have is Twisted Minds don't have a car. Like, if Twisted Minds had a car, they would have crashed that every single day of the week, but it's just not an option. BBL, they're going to rotate. The zone keeps GG in, but what do these teams on the edge of the circle now do? Divan, 4 players up, Mark. 5 teams left alive, and we're in the 26th minute.
I feel like it's red light, green light. It's like they stop, they get a knock, GG turn round, they get running, and GG get back up, and they will make the stop. But both these teams, Divan and Twisted Minds, need to find some way to either contest for GG or find their way in. If I was Divan, I'd kind of wait maybe for this fight to happen and come sweep in a 7-game-in style.
Yeah, more peaks towards Twisted Minds, who need to move inside the circle. Nade's now being tossed as 29 damage has been found, but TM are getting a little bit caught out here. They've put down the shield to prevent Entropic from coming this way, but there's another good nade thrown. They're making their way, and Levante gets that knock, but he tries to get the flush, and he comes under fire from Example.
That's kind of fire, doesn't able to get that. That might allow them to get the res, but no, Uber wants to finish that one off. 5 kills for them. He said GG have got it in the tank, and it looks like they're trying to deliver the fuel. And unfortunately, the smoke wall that's coming in from the east-hand side is going to be followed up with a few nades.
If Divan, one of the teams right at the rock bottom of the leaderboard, do this damage onto GG now, that will be terrible for them. And I said the teams at the bottom still have a big say on what is going to happen. BBL still with 2 up. Uba gets that extra 2 points off the back of that kill onto Example. They're up to 6 now in a top 4. So, Mark, they're guaranteed at least 10 points in this one, and they're about to add even more to it.
Someone engaged. GG. They're coming rolling. There's another knock though. Ali's trying to get another one down. Flush confirmed, but actually BBL putting knocks on the board. 2 of them remain able to get the res. We're a top 4 here. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2. Arguably versus a 3 at the moment.
Yeah, and BBL can wait this out. They can put on some aggression from long range, but they ain't leaving their hill. Smash gets a knock onto Lekik as well, as Grisha is the last player alive. Smash BBL confirms that one out as BBL keep picking up points, Mark. And it's, as you said, a 2v4, v3, v2.
It's a steal, every steal away from GG. BB will be loving it. I wouldn't be surprised for them to continue in focusing South. GG try and do anything they can, but no! BB put another kills on the board, and they are still so crucial away from GG. Potential was 3 more, but GG only was able to bag 1.
That's probably 5 points that you could
huge.
say have been taken away from GG in this game from those third parties from those kill steals, and that's why kill steals and awareness is so important. But look at the zone shift. BBL, I said it at the time, beating Plinska Bocce had such an impact on this game for them, and they could potentially even get more points off the back of this.
For Entropic, though, right? BBL's trying to stop both these teams, but for Entropic, one, they've got Famis, and we know Famis has delivered chicken dinners. But they just need to feel better than GG. If they can end above GG, that's the result they need. Whether they get the chicken dinner at the end of it, I think arguably, they just need to deny placement points for GG.
Yeah, GG desperately need the win, though, and you could argue BBL, if they get a win here, it'll secure their spot into the weekend as well. But GG are rotating to BBL because they know they've only got 2 players left alive. Levante with a big knock onto Dedrix, and that will force Entropic to regroup and reconsolidate. But what a knock from Thunderlost. He sniffed out the push from GG. And here's another knock onto Uba, and now GG have just 1 player left alive. Well, 2, sorry, left alive, and that was huge again from BBL.
2 versus 3 versus 3. And goes the blue zone, and GG trying to sneak their way up the east here. Levante doing the damage, but he goes down to the Famis. So Entropic know where GG lie, and now it might lie to waste. Smash come over the top, 9 kills as BB will try and secure their spot in towards this grand finals. It's going to go down to the wire, but on the wire, there's only one of the players left, and that's GG Solo Warrior.
I can't believe the ending. BBL winning that battle for the North, which wasn't there to be won. Now potentially about to take the chicken dinner. Uba ends up getting killed, and the kill is confirmed now as well onto Levante. It's a 1v3v2, and Melman is nowhere near the center of the circle. Entropic arguably with the best position, but Thunderlost with the best aim mark. He gets a knock.
BBL had to hold out that north side. They didn't make the extension in towards the field. They had to deal with the third-party action. Now they're trying to deal with themselves for chicken dinner. Both of these are split. One's taking one team, one's taking the other. Janice, though, is going to get a knock. That is huge. It goes down to a 3 versus 2 versus 1. 2 of those players are DBNO, and Smash is holding Melman up to the blue, but he goes down, and it's a straight-up winner chicken dinner for the team that wasn't even involved. Entropic will claim 15 points ahead of GG. That is going to be massive for that team.
You would be hard-pressed to decide which of those 3 teams needed that win more. That 4 extra points that you get for the chicken dinner could be the difference between which of these 3 teams do eventually qualify. BBL, though, I think that even though they didn't get the win, 3rd place plus the kill tally they just racked up, that should see them safe into the weekend. But Entropic and GG have finally come to life with 1 map left to go.
So close as well, and you can see him bounce backwards and forwards, but we've got loads to go through. But unfortunately, there's only 1 more day left. There's 1 opportunity though, but before we throw to the break, make sure you get yourself over to Tulpar's website. Go check out obviously the opportunity to get yourself a notebook. For now, let's take a break. When we come back, it is going to be our final game.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk. For game changers.
heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Wow, wow, wow. Game number 4 was insane. A lot of action, a lot of teams clawing for points there, Felix. I worry for this final game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't wait to look at the leaderboard because I think that's where things are really going to shape up and think, I mean, so many teams. Honestly, so many teams that just did massive points that on the very brink, starting off with Tractor. Early eliminations on Howl. I thought, this is it. Are you kidding me? They're doing a great round again. Unfortunately, they did lose one in the process, and that made rotating into this circle especially really, really hard. But not only them, Entropic and GG. I mean, these are the big names that we have to talk about. What a performance. Very, very last chance now, and they still bring it on the table. Unbelievable stuff coming out from both these teams.
I think when you look at Entropic, though, like, you gotta say, I don't know how they got the win in the back of that one, because they were the team that when you looked in that final circle as they were getting pushed, I think, was it by We Live Again? There's one of those teams at the very end of the game. You thought they were...
yeah, it must have been BBL up there.
Yeah, the fact that BBL put pressure on them and you were going, how are they even going to get into this next circle? And then all of a sudden, because of BBL, they get a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought both of these teams actually did really great in terms of pacing. Both teams knew when to engage and when not to, but both these teams also lost people in transition rotating into phase 7. If that wouldn't have happened for any of these teams, even GG, I think it would have a completely different endgame as well.
Endgame. That is a big topic. A big topic, though, because there's lots of options, but this team here, Gibson, was the most disruptive, though. Twisted Minds were just farming points away from everyone.
They know they're through, right? So for them, they're having fun. Now, they're not throwing. They're still playing to win because they're always going to, but there's way less pressure on them, and you can see them just putting kills up on the board, flexing their muscles, and, you know, most teams would have been happy when they cleared Yaz Yellows to play Yaz Yellows, but no, they wanted to get a foothold inside of Yaz itself, and there was that moment of chaos between them and Mad Bulls and 7G at the end, and somehow Twisted Minds came out the team in the better position.
Unbelievable. I thought, you just said it as well, right? From an outside perspective, it might look like they were throwing the game, but really they weren't. I think it might have even been kind of a wanted push on towards the teams that were inside the city. I'm not sure who they were targeting, but that's something to think about as well going into the next game, because once again, these guys are through. We all know how they perform in lower bracket. It doesn't matter anymore. So for them to maybe now in this last game specifically target some of these teams in the brink, maybe even a GG or maybe even BBL still. That could still happen.
It could still happen, but the biggest fight, I think, this whole game, right, was when Plinsky crashed BBL. That gunfight right there had such an impact on this game because everything that happened worked against GG from that point on.
I do want to bring it back to GG. Big rotate from them, big aggressive fight. And they did find themselves in a centralized compound, but they couldn't deal with all the pushes. And this fight for me, BBL, like, that was win or die at that point. Win or die. And they managed to touch. And more importantly, FedEx was able to get the res and going into the end zone as a 2 really served them justice.
Unbelievable. I think they were the only team, if you look back at the circle and the map stream, they were the only team gambling on a northern shift. Right, we had this setup in phase 3 where half of the teams were southern side, half of the teams were northern side, and I mean, outside of the teams already committing to the city, but all the rest of the teams kind of were gambling on southern or northern side, except for Blinska on the far east. And they, once again, were almost the only team on the very far northern side, rotating in very late and sticking to the edge, and they got rewarded for it, right? The zone shifted north, quite opposite of GG, and we still have both of these teams in the late game. That's the crazy part. Look at the send GG did as well to even get to the yellows. Smart rotate. HiQ tried to do the same rotate as zone earlier, but look what they did. They rotated in between Yas and the compound to the east of it, and they didn't make it. GG, on the other hand, all the way east side. They hugged the zone. They managed to dodge not only Plinska, but the team inside the compound as well, and that's how they managed to rotate in. Smart rotation, smart scouting as well. They needed to know the compound was clear. They did all of that. The only thing, they almost lost the play in the process. They would have taken it slow on the breach itself, maybe exit the vehicles a little bit more safely. They could have done even more.
Well, Tulpar could do more. We just need to look at the leaderboard. I've had a little sneaky look, and guys, it's going to go down to the wire. Let's have a look at the numbers because it's really, really, really close. Definitely feel like GG, they were eager to try and sneak their way up towards BBL. It didn't go that way. And look at this. Let's pause the left-hand side for a second, guys. Pause, right? WLA on 54 points. The cutoff point is at 50, and we go all the way down to Tractor Team that's in 43 points. The argument being, can we see potentially the Tractor Team work their way up? There's only 7 points for a couple of teams, and then the middle pack.
Wow.
They're all on the same points, Falex. It's going to go down to potential placement points, and we spoke about teams getting the right balance, and it might come down to the final game.
Unbelievable. Legitimately unbelievable. This is what happens when you only play 10 games, right? This is unfathomable. This is a best of one, essentially. This is absolutely coming down to the wire. Even for Mapboos, who just got pushed out of the top 8. I think they were 9th even before that, so maybe it was 2 games ago that they were inside the top 8. Doesn't even matter, because at the moment, it is 1 point difference. And that's what it comes down to. This is a best of one for Mapboos. Even GG, 7 Gaming, Oculus, and Tropic, up to, as you said, We Live Again, who also entered the top 5 now for the very first time in this tournament in its entirety.
Yeah, it is 9 teams choose 4. It's as simple as that. Not one of these 9 teams from 5th down to 13th are in a position where they can afford to make any mistakes whatsoever. So if you're watching this game, keep an eye on that kill feed. Keep an eye on what everyone is doing, because I don't know, like it's nuts. Tractor Team or Fairy Tale could yet still qualify for the finals if they play this game well. 1 chicken dinner for one of those teams is a guaranteed qualification.
Let's talk chicken dinner very quickly, because Entropic did get that chicken dinner at the end there, Falex, and look at their positioning. They get more placement points up against the other teams, and therefore, as it stands, they're in. Oculus are on 8th.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes down to the tiebreaker. I personally don't think so. I think there is going to be a couple of points difference, but yeah, I'm more worried about Tropic as a team in general, right? This was the performance they needed, yes, but it came way too late in this tournament, right? They need to put it up again, at least a couple of points more. That being said, though, it was a tough game for them. Looking at phase 3, they were the furthest from the circle center out of any of the teams present. They had the toughest rotate. They even entered Yas very late, so you can get any kind of entry in phase 3, phase 4 at all. And you know, sure, they rotated down south of it and they had great timings, but once again, that was very tough circles for them, and they still managed to pull through. So maybe something has happened. Maybe that's the confidence they needed. Very tough circle, good win. We'll see about that.
Well, yeah, as we know, Gibson's quite difficult though, and you're right. Entropic came in very late. They had so much freedom just to kind of run through, and I felt like they were running behind Twisted Minds that were just clearing the town, and they were just running their way up towards that sort of top side and blessed with a chicken dinner.
Once they got beside the, you know, the radio tower or the power line, they knew as long as they kept their backs really tight against that, anyone who pushed them was going to come under fire from every other direction, and they just sat there for the whole rest of the game and got the win. It was massive for them. Falex, though, we're getting ready to go into the last game, so I'm going to ask you, which of these teams is not going to make it?
Not gonna make it. Oh,
not
wow.
gonna make it.
You're going to say the van.
Look, honestly, I've seen WLA crumble under pressure, and I really don't hope it's gonna happen. They're in 5th place, and I kind of have a bad feeling about it. 54 points, that's 5 points to the cutoff. unfortunately, if I had to go with one team, I'd still go with them.
Well, Mystic Felix has to go with his Mystic Ball out of here for 2 minutes because we've got a final game to go. It's going to be Erangel. It is game number 5. It does mean it's game number 10. And it's a final chance for these teams to be able to get some points on the board. Let's go. It's PUBG time.
Forget everything that's happened before now. This is the most important game in this whole tournament so far. For 9 different teams, 9 sets of players. That's 36 in total playing for their lives in the next round. Because remember, it's not just about winning this tournament. It's about those wild card spots for PEC as well. And the easiest path for most of these teams, Mark, is probably through Protality.
Wild card. Every round so far has been insane. Every game has come arguably down to the wire. And the final flight path, it's the northeast down towards the west to southwest. A nice flight zone or flight path does mean some crazy zones might unfold. Maybe we'll get a cheeky George, but I can tell you we're not going to end on military.
Yeah, it's really, really unlikely. That's a bold shout, Mark, but it's a good one. I like it. You play your cards safe going in to the last map. Speaking of playing cards safe as well, we're looking at some of the drop spots. Howl are not going to drop on BBL. Remember, yesterday we had that Roshawk rumbles that went on there going for the splits a little bit further away. We don't have Tractor Boys going for that hot drop onto Howl either. They've gone to Stalber. And you can already see decisions being slightly different. But 7G and Devan, both these teams are pretty much... well, can we even say they're safe in their spots? No, because 7G need the points. They're outside the spot as well. And Devan might just play spoiler. But that's a first point, right? With that point, Mark, 7G move into 6th or 7th place.
They move into 7th place. Yes, that means Entropic will drop down to 8th. And that then going back the other way. 7G, you've had such a good day, number 1. And then you come to day 2. Don't fall apart on the last game, please. 1 apiece. They take the cars, they go. Third party central might need to come from 3-man strong.
Getting hot dropped by the team in last place on the very last map when you need to qualify is not what you want on your bingo card whatsoever. Plinskaboche, Rista finally hitting the ground here inside of prison. They're playing as far away from the circle as possible. And we have not spoken about this circle yet, Mark. Look at that.
Well, it's a circle of 2 halves. It's going to be north. We're going to see the Everest pool, and the zone will go that way. If it goes south, we're looking at a swamp ending. Even if it comes down towards that south, out to the field, to the chopsticks, you know me, Everest will levitate that zone up. If it does go north, Gibson holds onto the water, it's very dangerous. We might find again on the final game a lot of unplayable terrain for these teams.
Is it bad that I call this circle the Iberia circle? Because it's basically like Spain and Portugal, just the way it's kind of cut off from that flag. Or am I just crazy?
I think you're going crazy, mate. I think it's been the games and the zones that are doing this to you.
I've been crazy for years, mate. This is just scratching the surface.
Well, talk about crazy. Some of these teams are leaving it crazily late to start rotating their way in. The Tractors, who need a big game, let's just talk about them. They've got a huge rotate, and they might be looking for one of those E-pickups we see coming from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, E-pickups being used at the right... Look, Twisted Minds don't even need to put in a huge performance. It looks like it's going to be what we always see. A couple of teams rotate by car. One player will go through the sky. Scout out maybe Everest, scout out a little bit deeper. Orglis have already left Pachinki. They're making their way towards, the bottom of Chopsticks. This is the benefit of dropping inside Pachinki. You get that free access to the east and the west whenever you need it. Fairy Tail, though, one of the teams on the bubble. Mark, they've taken control of the south with that Quarry and Dog Hill split.
It's another, worth noting, it's another round, another team. It's another single rotate as a UAV. So, not Orglis this time. It's actually Twisted Minds. Lou will take the free ride in first class as he will make his way west.
Why not? Take in the view. Soak it all in. You're already through to the grand finals. Do your victory lap. all the teams on the bubble, though, for the most part, you got to look at them. 7G, LOLW, Entropic, they're in position. Pod Samulet, their performance today puts them well into the safety of the grand finals. You know, we haven't even spoken about Pod Samulet that much today, but they've been really, really good, Mark, and they're going into this map pretty scot-free as well.
Yeah, what are they on? 62 points. Oh, happy. Our cut-off point, I think they are safe. GG, they're going to lose a bit of paint on those vehicles. They might just try and hold out to Llama Hill and wait this one out. Just in mind, they're going for that Gatka split. There's a car there as well, as you normally would pick up. You can see them now, if not, rotate back in as well. They will be happy that they've got the zone, but they won't be happy that BBL is still in the drop right underneath their nose.
And Illidan, Devan are just impacting everybody in the last game too. That's a knock onto Iro. Smash is attempting to get the cover in, but I think that that'll be BBL playing with one man down for the remainder of this game. And Devan can just play pretty free now too, because they know they're probably not getting much further up the leaderboard from bottom.
No, they don't have to qualify themselves through. Not have to get to the upper bracket, and they've joined us here for the best of 10. And it is dangerous. Teams that are out of it, they can just play how they want to. And so far, 2 teams lose an individual player. It means 2 teams on the bubble that are looking for an opportunity, but only with 3 guns up.
Haiku will be the next team to rotate past, and BBL will hope to get a point or 2 here, but that's great fire back towards Shilla, who will get on the move now as well. Haiku sending it in on the north side of Everest. Will we see the bottom 2 teams clash horns now? Lelik electing to hold his fire just a little bit. Wait for the last car. There's the buggy in the meat seat, but Presenti gets the knock on the Lelik from afar.
Someone needs to put a stop to him. They've got an MG. They've got one down, confirms that one. DBNO, which is about to go, but they are still putting knocks on the board. And Presenti's trying to do anything he can to stop Devan, as they will need to take a sofa behind the shack.
They're just saying, lads, you guys are not going to be allowed to have an impact in this game. They're trying to make it fair for the rest of the teams here. Look, I want to give Devan their flowers, right? They qualified to be here. They earned the right to be in this lobby. It's not gone the way they would have wanted, Mark, but these are good players. They deserve to be here, and so, unfortunately in a lobby like this, somebody has to be the bottom, and they're there at the minute.
Love that during Brutality we've seen multiple drive-by nades. I've not seen any connect yet, I'll be honest, but I like the creativity for the 2024 season. As these teams will just be dialing them in. Devan will go back to the compound, back to safety, maybe he says, but no, they're still looking. They are out the other side, hunting down more individual players. They want to try and claim as many points as they can on this final game.
They're on a collision course with Mad Bulls, potentially for Hospital. Quizzy and Molodok will pull up on the ridge line to scout this one out. If Molodok spots that it's free, or spots that there's a team there, they've got a very important decision to make. They are also sitting outside the top 8 right now. But when we say sitting outside the top 8, we've literally got these teams that are 1 point behind, 2 points behind. They're not sitting, they're literally sitting on the same chair with just less of them on it.
Well, Mad Bulls have got 1 point out of it, and then we've got that 7 point, that crucial 7 points to make 8th place. And an average game, 5 to 7 kills, I'd say. If you kind of just blessed your way in towards zone, if you have to fight your way in, average kills about 10, 20 point games maybe we've seen so far in this event. So it's all doable, and every team on this outside edge won't want to be making the mistakes and losing players early. And Mad Bulls, and they are dancing with the devil's sofa now as they work past that.
Problem for Mad Bulls, though, is that they have less placement points than the teams above them, and we know the placement points is the first differentiator. Devan steps up, Reaper gets caught by Molodok, and that point will now put them level with the team in 9th place. And Mark, do you want to know the fun thing? 7 Gaming and Mad Bulls have the exact same kills and placement points.
He goes off the damage, but Devan at this point, they're trying to look at anything they can do. And Tropic now arriving on that west side. Janny's here, and there we go. Ibby last in, first down and out. And it's been kind of the story, especially in the lower bracket for him. It's part of that 3-1 split. Just getting caught, unfortunately, wrong timing. As Janny will clear up the point, kill, confirm. And again, another team in that middle bracket, pushing other teams out.
It's 1 point extra breathing room for them. It takes them out of the 4-way tie that we had on 50 points and puts them on 51. Remember, it is so tight in this game, Mark, but we are ready for that phase 2 shift. And which of these teams is going to be rewarded and which of these teams will be chasing circles? Oh,
North or
drum
south,
roll.
Gibson? North
Let's
or
go south. South.
I'll go
south. North. You're right. I give up. I'm retiring.
Everest. It's Everest. It's always Everest. But arguably, it's gone towards that fin at the top. So it's like we said, there's a lot of water remains in. You're going to get your Portugal effect as the Mad Balls, they do a 180. They go their way back towards the danger in Tropic. They will be able to find the compound. And then look at this. This is where we see the south side pod now taking on the Twisted Minds. They've taken the compound presented there. Big NATO pull from Pin as it will launch his way down. But Example is going to put him down on the deck.
Yeah, the AUG spray. Beautiful there from Example. Pod Samuel lose Pin. Can Twisted Minds deal with Presente now as well? Rock's a little further away on the edge of these walls, on the edge of Swamp. But I think that'll be confirmed. Yeah, Example gets another one with the AUG. Here is the tournament potentially for Mad Bulls, though. They're getting pushed by Devan. There's that first knock on to Illidan. And they'll look to flush that one out. Modok, Quizzy, and Nixie. If they can get Lelik down and out, they will manage to get 2 more points on the board, which could be the difference.
Yeah, I won't be surprised seeing Tropic maybe get involved, but that's done, dusted, confirmed out. Devan will be taking 16th place and 16th place in the leaderboard. Very disruptive this last game, but again, congratulations, guys, making your way to this point in the tournament. Anyway, as we move further on, these teams will move in. The Tractors came in slow and steady, but they now find themselves at hospital with the zone shift coming to the north. It has favoured their way, and now they've got to get as much information as they can.
Mad Bulls have just moved into 7th. They're in the top 8 now with those extra points on the board. And let's not get ourselves a little bit twisted now either. Howl are on 53 points. They are in no way, shape or form safe here either. They've 1 point on the board and they're rotating up from the south side of the map with that zone shift working against them.
I just want to make a reference on the map stream for those that are watching the map stream. GG's were sitting on Lama Hill, but they've gone down like really far to the south, so they're actually at the end of this road. So I don't know whether they're looking for the glider before they start working their way in, but take the opportunity now though to have a look down at Effective Gaming Experience as Tulpar, the main sponsors for this event. Outstanding. You need those frames, especially in a zone like this, to try and deliver the points on the board.
Yeah, I think that GG are going to end up in a brawl on the very south side of the map because you've got Fairy Tale there, Lol W, Howl, We Live Again, who, by the way, are one and only Falix has said they're the team that are on the bubble. He thinks they're the one that are most at risk. And did I just see GG confirming out a kill onto one of their own teammates?
Yeah. Which
What?
makes me feel like something's going on in the south, so they won't tell us just yet. I think they might be arguing over a glider. But GG, they still got to come in on that south side. Maybe it might be unfortunate for them, but for now, we know they can do damage even down some numbers, and damage might be needed here. Fairy Tale doing the same. As they also need to work their way in, but Brightside, he's just on the outside edge.
Yeah, that's bad for GG, though. They're down to a 3. Fairy Tale will move everybody up towards Pride Rock. You've got Lol W with the split with a couple of players playing on the apps and a few players a little further north. Tractor, they're playing Hospital. The zone shifts their way, and we've still got about 35 to 40% water mark. And that's really bad. And when you look at the playable area inside the circle, most of the good positions are already taken.
And 15 teams are still up. Add to that, 50 players is not a lot of space. Unless you want to get a boat and live out in the river or the sea of Erangel, you'll be picked up pretty quickly. Fairy Tale, yeah, it looks like unfortunately a disconnect. So they're down to a 2 in a team which has played so well, but a team that is needing 7 points. They've got to do this now as a duo.
This is rough. Maybe Zubila might be able to get back into the lobby, but it ain't looking likely for Fairy Tale. This is really bad news for them as another team on the bubble find themselves limited. Haiku, they've got a player here up in the radio tower. Hero will get a knock onto one, but Perfectix, who has been the most deadly man so far over the first 2 nights, finds another kill on the board. Shiro attempting to provide some cover from afar. Haiku have had a cup. Shiro's the last player alive for them too.
Yeah, he is. He has to try and hunker his way down. And these guys got to try and rotate their way in. Twisted Minds, they find themselves down on the outside edge. And they'll be waiting for this one. August pushing their way in. Perfectix, he's going to take a few shots. But Example will go down to a nade, though, from Global Army.
Yeah, Example, that's a push from Global Army. They are attempting their best to get inside that top 8 secured. Perfectix and Batu, the last 2 alive. Global Army gets the knock on to Batu. That leaves 1 player left standing. It is Perfectix. He has 1 kill on the board. Is he able to add any more as the smoke blooms and Orglis go hunting?
Ooh, sneaky Perfectix. Kick the nade, they're going to hear it. He chops the nade out. There's 1, there's 2. He's going to run into the nade. He does pick him up as well, but it's from the Org. He's going to get another 2 points on the board, and that's 4. And Orglis find themselves down to a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, this ain't good for them. They were in 8th place going into this as well. This is a very, very tricky position as we see the We Live Again rotate in the distance. Dante putting some pressure on the Perfectix from afar as well as he drops down to 3 HP. But Perfectix could have just ruined the day for Orglis. And here come Pod Samulet to do even more damage to the last 2.
More kills, more steals. W8 trying to work their way through. BBL will get 1. Nordskiffy down. He's open terrain though for him. Pod trying to find themselves in a little bit of a bunker here, and how have the high ground, so they've got to keep down. Final player for them. Going to go for a full send now as we're getting a little bit of freedom of movement. 13 teams up, 37 players. Looking for the field. Hopefully we lose the water. We do, but it goes right towards the north and it's going towards the farmers.
And Tractor Team are one of the teams in the chasing pack. They're a little bit further away than maybe some of the others. But maybe, just maybe, they will find themselves getting enough in this final game. Remember, 7G have got some points on the board, and Tropic have too. Orglis have lost a few players, but they've got a kill on the board on their side. Mark, the maths is crazy. I cannot guess what is going to happen.
It's dangerous as well. A lot of teams fighting for position. Either comes up, and then it's on the way down. Look at this. AOW go down. Final player now for them. He's got to try and find a little new home. Does he want to rotate his way in towards the middle? Akudo, he's already here. They might try and take a few shots. There's 2 of them remain, but no, doesn't quite get connection, but it does go towards the Mad Bulls. Nixie is going to end 1, and GG's will pick the other.
Point for GG. How important could that be as they continue to make their move on the final 2 maps? 7G outside the zone. They could cross horns with Hoyle. Now remember, Hoyle are by no means safe and sound here either. As the push will go through, there's Pod Samulet. We Live Again picking up some important points. They're a team that are on the bubble too.
So close here. Big rotates. And they're coming in from that south side. It might be playing off towards them now. And this is one of the teams that might be playing. How? Get the nades. There goes the first one. Shiro is going to be down. Final player now for Hayaku. Needs to focus back, but he's going to dance the dance as he's in the open terrain. And it's not going to be for long as 7 Gaming. They hit the bolt shot and it's a headshot.
And it's more teams in the hunt for the top 8, sharing kills and sharing points. At some point, something's got to break. At some point, we can start eliminating teams from the race for the top 8, but as of yet, we still can't. Orglis, though, they have 3 kills. They were in 8th place going into this one. 3 more points for them, but it isn't going to be enough. Remember, I thought the cutoff would be around 58 to 60 points. It's going to be there or thereabouts.
It's going to be close. It's going to be on the wire now. Orglis need to find themselves a new home as well. We've lost the water, as to be expected. I like Entropic's position. 7 Gaming looking for the third party as well. But if they continue on this high ground, it won't be long before players like Hawkeye and Dedrick will be looking down the road onto the heart of 7 Gaming, who also need those extra points.
But watch GG coming up from the south. They will... Oh no, they suffer a knock to the blue, and I think Alia is not going to get picked up, or not going to be able to pick up Uba. So GG's push may be stalling out. He's stopping and he's thinking about it, Mark. But I think GG, it's looking like it might be a GG. Zone Shift and Tractor Team are up there in the circle. BBL, who are probably all but secure, are there too, but we are so close to the placement points.
It's so close. GG playing that south zone now. Might come in behind that team. Orcus doing Tropics. I said it wouldn't take long. Now they get the eyes on. Can they get the shots delivered? No, they can't. 7G used a one and only tree. But no, Johnny, he's going to put one of them down.
Yeah, there's Shaq gone. And now Johnny gets shipless now as well. 7G cannot afford to suffer knocks, particularly to Entropic. These are all essentially, you know, not on paper, but these knocks are worth an extra half a point for these teams. Uba, Orglis in trouble. Uba tosses the nade. He spots out one, but he's going to get spotted out, and I think this could be the end for GG. Alia does get owner, but Alia falls, and GG are officially ruled out.
It's another point on the board, but it's 9th place and no placement now going to be for them. Orclis have an opportunity to stick the res, but they've got to do it quickly. The other team's going to be working their way in. Team Hound, they're above that cut-off line at the moment. They just need to have a consistent game. And Nixie, he needs to get this team in with the MG laying down the fire. Their target is going to be Hal.
Yeah, Hoyle, Plinsky, they've had a lot of fun tonight so far. BBL get a knock on the owner, and that's Orglis eliminated. BBL securing their spot in the top 8 with that. And Orglis' spot, yes, they got a couple of kills, but it is now up for grabs. We're also inside the placement points. Remember, Mad Bulls, they want to get into that top 8. Entropic want to secure their spot. Tractor Boys feel like they have a chance. We Live Again hoping to make it into... Every team except for Plinsky has something to gain and lose.
This is the difference. Oh, here comes that big nade though for GEG. They just move, unfortunately, to the left. That could have been different. And now he had to take the fight on the outside. Crucial shots came through. He does put down one, but unable to get the med. And obviously goes for that repick. And finally, August do clear it up.
Yeah, Tractor Team making a move now towards Entropic. Marcis is the scout. What is your molly like? If this hits pay dirt at all, Tractor Team could start climbing a little bit now too. Zone is closing though, and Entropic are getting all their ducks in a row as they make their move, and Johnny is ready. But I feel like Tractor Team might have their best plan of action to have Marcy's get just a little bit closer to the rest of the team.
Needs to get a little bit closer now. He's about the crucial shots. Marcy, we know he's going to pull the tractor trailer behind him. He's going to put another for the first point on the board for them. And that gives them an opportunity. Hospital is full control zone.
Yeah, the zone is about to pop though. 3, 2, and a 1. And it goes south, and Tractor Team need to move. There's also there's 2 huge fights going on right now. You've got Mad Bulls fighting with Hoyle to the south, and you've got Tractor Team fighting with Entropic to the north. And is Hockey going to get this res off? They're desperately spraying into the smoke to find that kill.
No, they're not there. Does get the res. Entropic again, they're on the cusp of getting in and going out. And on the cusp of trying to get themselves with a wild card and the lion's share of a prize pool. There goes a re-smoke. They've got the car, they've got the opportunity, they just haven't got the space to move into because Plin on the other side of his hill will have the guns armed and waiting.
This could get to a scenario where a Mad Bulls win might put 2 teams out, or at least 1 team out of the 8. That is how tight it is, because one of these teams is likely not going to make it. We Live Again now. That's the end of them. They have fallen, and is their spot now at risk? We do not know yet, but we will find out soon. BBL, they prepare to rotate into the circle here too, Mark. Tractor Team, this ridge line is just unfortunately not inside the circle.
That's huge for them. Huge.
Entropic crashing.
Oh, they've gone for it as well. They're out. They do pick up Quizzy. Here comes a naysay from Nixie. Goes down the other side. Expecting them to be on the other side. But Mad Bulls down to their final player. They need to take a win. They can't allow Entropic to put them down.
Nixie with the MG. Could it be enough to shut down Entropic? Hoyle, nail up gets the knock on the Thunder Loss. Smash is going to fall now too. BBL with just Shilla left alive. They fall. That's another point on the board for everybody else. And Hoyle grabbing 5 with 5 teams to go, Mark. Just 10 players too. Everybody has suffered casualties, and Marco's going to go for the res.
Going for the res. Come on, the tractors. They're going for a crash. Combine harvester. In you go. They're able to get towards the wall, but here come the nades. And they pull up right on top of it. He goes. Yuri lays down a huge nade, though, on that crash.
And that is a huge problem for Tractor Boys. It's a 2 versus 2 inside the compound. If they kept Jimbo alive, that could have been... They could have played a bit more aggressively. Nade's being tossed inside. Nail Up gets another one. Let's see if he can lay up a third. There's one player left. Nade is tossed. Is it going to be good enough? It puts a great timer onto the player, but Tractor Team could be about to go home. Marcy's gets
Marcy,
one.
go!
Can he get another one? This is a 2-point kill, a 3-point kill if he can get it, Mark.
Marcy, you got the man. You're leading the tractor. He's got to take this 1 versus 1. They've got time. The other team's making the push and the smoke on the outside. He initializes a few shots, but Yuri looking to go back maybe for that res. He's got to move the car as he sweeps his way through. Dangerous to provide the cover, but how? They're having none of it now as they would hammer some shots through. And look at that, Marcy is trying to hunt down for these players from Plin.
It's a 1 HP res. Look, he almost bled out. He literally was almost gone, and that's a point denied to Tractor Boys. He's going to have to do it all again. Plinsky, Marcy's, let's go. Tractor Boys on the move.
Oh, on the move, it might be slow. They're down to a 1, and we go for our top 4 now, and it's completely different. 2 versus 2, 1v1. Everyone is throwing everybody to the wire at the moment, and arguably, and these solo players might make it happen, and for the Tractor Boys, Marcy, he's blessed with his own.
Nixie's just got a knock here too for Mad Bulls. These are all teams that are fighting for their place in the next round. Nixie will peek what's more. He does have the MG, but he doesn't have the level 3 gear to go with it. Entropic will go for the res, at least initially. There's the stun grenade thrown, but who is going to win this peak battle? Nixie sees him through the gap. Nixie gets the kill. Mad Bulls get 7, and that's an extra point for Tractor Team at now 2. It's a 2v1v1, and this is anybody's game.
Get some more 7.62. You've got the time. Nixie, do it. Go get the ammo. You're going to need it. That's going to harvest, especially out in the open terrain. Looks like how they are going to have to make their way now towards the open terrain. And I've never seen a tractor on the roof, but it's Marcy. He's got the height advantage, and this solo player could have a huge, huge ending for this team.
I still don't think Tractor Team have, and I don't know if they have enough or not. They're right on the cusp. They might need that extra point or two to secure it. If they can get the kill on the Nixie, that could secure it. But Nixie, it's not going to happen. The terrain doesn't allow for that fight to happen next. We need, for this to be a Grand Slam finish, we need a 1v1. We need Nixie or someone else. Marcy's does get the angle and does a ton of damage.
Whoa, huge Molly. Already moving his way back around. Now the zone's going to force him out. Marcy needs to get bullied by both these teams, but Marco knows he needs to keep that smoke in the back pocket, though. Uses it well, puts him back now. They can focus back towards the Mad Bulls, but Nixie's got one objective, and that is to take out the Wolves.
Marcy, stop peeking. Marcy, stop peeking. Here's that gunfight. Nixie with the MG3. Ruern gets his vest obliterated. Nixie's got one nade left to go as well. He throws it towards Ruern. He runs, but he doesn't run far enough. It's a 1v1v1 now. Nixie leaving with the MG3. Another nade tossed. Another chunk of damage done. This is Nixie making that push, and he gets it. That's going to be Mad Bulls against Tractor Team. Have they done enough to both secure a spot in these finals?
Or he's gonna go. Don't go to. I think he's calculating points. He's calculating points at the moment. This would be difficult though to go from. He's got him as well. Massive headshot from Marcy's, and the Tractor Team put 6 kills. It's a 16-point chicken dinner, and Marcy carries the boys to another win.
They have jumped to 59 points, but is it enough? Mad Bulls got a chunk. 7 Gaming got a few. This is gone to the wire, and I cannot call who has gone through. Mark, you said that Sunday was as tight a lobby as you'd ever seen. What about tonight?
Put a tractor on a roof, mate. That's dangerous. But I'll tell you what's even more dangerous. Let's welcome back in Felix. Hopefully he had enough paper to make some notes, because we had wide zone shifts. We had little bits of dangerous rotating. People were playing outside bet. We had 16th place team going mad. We had Marcy with a tractor on the roof. Felix, I don't even know where to start at the moment. Let's start with Mad and Nixie, because an MG in that man's hand was dangerous.
Unbelievable rotates coming in from them. Do be reminded, they started in Yasnaya. right? They started in Years 9, one of the first teams to even get to Circle Center in Phase 1. Super early rotates. Kind of reminds me of Team Liquid 2018, 2019. Might be a coincidence that Ibiza is in that lineup as well, but that was super early, and they played great with it. They rotated into the open fields, into the hillsides of the open fields as well. And as soon as they got the circle, they rotated out of it. They took the compound. They knew Center is going to be super dangerous if we do make these splits, and they usually do. Do be reminded, Mapples loves these early splits. They usually never are 4 people stacked in a compound early on. Usually you see them 1-1-2 splits early on, and this time around it really did go another way. Mapples knew they needed to group up, stay together, and it worked out perfectly for them. And I mean, the individual class in this team, it's unbelievable, right? I mean, we all just kind of got left. We didn't even find words for it. You guys didn't even in the cast as well. Nixie with the shots in the end there. Massive coming out from this team. They needed it so badly, confidence-wise as well. Not only qualifying-wise, but confidence-wise as well. They were lacking. They were kind of waiting for this big round throughout the entirety of this tournament, and finally it came to fruition.
I have never seen as many hero plays in one map in my life, and every team that needed a hero found one at one point, but it was just a case of cometh the hour, cometh the mercies, as Tractor team were able to get that big win. And he was so aggressive. At one point, when they made that full send towards triple from Hospital, when they sustained those 2 knocks, I don't know about you, but I genuinely thought, Felix, that was them done or dusted. But you can never rule Marcy's out.
Wow. No, absolutely not. I mean, that breach, we got it in the analysis right here. Unbelievable. And the fact that they win the game as well against one of the best fragging teams in this lobby so far. That was unbelievable. Plinska as well. I mean, they're qualified already. Doesn't really matter to them. But the fact that Tractor still made it work, unbelievable.
Oh, on the top, the roof play at the end from the Tractor team. I wish I had Marcy's FPP. I guarantee he was mostly jumping. Give me some info, Gibson. Give me some more info. Nixie puts down 2 from Code, and then I think at this point he's thinking, let me calculate the points. I need to calculate the points. I'm on 9. Do I take 9 in a second? Do I take 9 in a second? Maybe let's move in a little bit on zone, but denied. There we go. Marcy puts another point on the board. It's 6 kills. It's a 16-point game. But Gibson, was it enough?
Oh, I have no clue. They got 59 points, right? That's what they're sitting on. The question is, I lost track of how many points everybody else has gotten. I'm a broken man. I'm speechless. You don't see that very often. Obviously, you have to play what's in front of you. And Tractor team, they took out Entropic, and they just made the right decisions. But what about Nixie too? Mad Bulls were another team that needed a huge performance. And he went nuts with the MG3. And Felix, one of your best friends, Koho, did say the last day, when someone's got an MG3 and they peak first, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that happening. The 1v2 inside the warehouse, you're just not picking that, right? Mm-hmm. You're losing that automatically. The MG3 is just that strong. But Nixie also knew that, right? And his decision to even push that further on, at the timing it was as well. He could have easily stayed. They could have let the zone do its work, but he knew, I want to get into there right now. And he knew that he could win the duel as well. His confidence is through the roof at that point anyways. He's got 4 frags, I think, even before that fight. So, I mean, Nixie just stand up playing this one. And might just be the MVP as well.
Well, it could be an MVP play. We need to figure out if they work their way in. We still got to figure out if Tractor's in there, but we've got teams that were above the mark we need to think about at the moment. WLA had not a bad shout as well. They were rotating their way down. They get caught. Entropic, though, was sitting on the outside edge as well. Like, Felix, they were playing that zone really, really well.
Yeah, I thought actually plenty of teams played that zone relatively well, because it's not an easy zone to begin with. Usually if it does shift into the open field, there's very limited positions that you can rotate into later on. There's a couple of dips towards the southern side, but almost nothing towards the north side of the dip that Mad Bulls already played earlier on. You can see BBL was struggling with that. They came in through the eastern side, tried to breach the dip that Hal played in, but Hal defended it perfectly, right? So deservingly to them as well. That's, once again, just a very tough circle rotating in from the outside.
Well, let's not hold anyone back, because my brain is completely flabbergasted, because we need to get the final. Remember, we are looking for the top 8. Let's bring up the leaderboard. Who is going to be joining the All-Right teams in the grand final? It's going to be Twisted Mind. It's going to be Plin. It's going to be BBL.
Wow.
Mad Bulls. Big play at the end. Pod will take 5th. Howler in 6th. Entropic will make 7th. And the big play at the end.
Oh my
59 points. The Tractor team make it in. It is insane, Gibson.
They needed that win. That is how close it was. If they didn't win, they weren't in. All I'm going to say is I need to know where Alex bought his crystal ball, because he has made 2 predictions that were on the nose tonight. He said the Tractor team were going to win Taego, and he also said that We Live Again were going to drop out of the top 8. I said the cutoff would be 59 points. It did end up at that spot. But what the hell, Alex? How did you know?
Well, right back at you. I mean, 59 points. That's an amazing prediction in terms of cutoff. I mean, yeah, once again, I think I like this lineup. I love it, actually. I think it's great. They have individual skill, but the team play was just missing this tournament. And whenever they were faced with circles that they didn't necessarily have an easy entry on foot, then the macro game wasn't good enough, and they were struggling. And from that point onwards, it was an easy prediction, you know, because yeah, very rarely we've seen them so far in this tournament get the circles they needed, and it wasn't any different this time around.
And we can celebrate the teams that qualified, and we will in a second, but we also got to show love to the teams that didn't make it. You know, you've got the likes of We Live Again, Orglis, 7 Gaming, GG, Fairy Tail, LolW, Haiku, and Devan. They all earned the right to be in this lobby. And looking at how tight it is, either one of them, those teams, could have been inside that top 8. It was just the way things fell. They'll be back. The open qualifiers are coming up for PEC. I'm pretty sure they will all be there, and they will all be ready to fight. But the top 8, we wanted to be entertained, and boy, did we get entertained.
Entertainment all the way towards the end. And yes, as we said, I'll again reiterate that point, really, look, 9th down to 16th. Don't forget you've got yourself here. And some of you guys even got yourself through on the upper bracket and had the second opportunity. There's a few of you in, though, like Gaming Gladiators, that didn't get through the upper bracket. You had 5 games, obviously yesterday, and 5 games today, and a best of 10 to try and lay it down. And there's our day number 2 winner chicken dinners. We kicked off with Fairy Tales, and Felix, I felt like Fairy Tales, they were so close day number 1. I think they had a point to prove, though, to get that win under their belt for Miramar.
Yeah, Fairy Tales, man, it was tough. Yes, they did win that Miramar game, and it was great, and they performed really nicely. But outside of that, we didn't really see that big of an improvement in any of these games. We still didn't see the great team play coming out most part. We still didn't see Brightside carry out his carry power to some degree. So the lineup itself was just lacking. They didn't really get into the spots they needed to outfrag the opposition, and yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, 100%. They start both days really well, and then they just they've got to take the energy, I feel, that they get from Miramar and just apply it to at least the Erangels, and then figure out that Taego like everyone else is trying to figure out. Obviously, when we get the last little bits and pieces ready, like Gibson, like best play for you today so far? What's been your highlight for day 2?
The best play is... It probably wasn't the best play that we've seen today, but for me, 100%, it was Marcy's at the end of that game. They needed a hero. He came up with it. Like, you got to take context into it, and what he pulled off was a nigh-on miracle for that team. We saw some players go big, but he went the biggest whenever it mattered most.
And when you go big, you don't go home. And for those that are not going home, let's have a look. Our top 16 teams are all now confirmed up. The points been tallied and checked. And there come the logos. So obviously, you've got qualifications from the upper bracket was Team Ascend, BB Team, Exhalation, FaZe Clan, Foot, Na'Vi, Win or Die, and our Young Danes. But our new contenders that have fought their way through in the lower bracket, BBL, Entropic, Howl, Madball, Rinsk, Pod, Tractor, and Twisted Minds. That there, Falax, is a super stacked lobby.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be so interesting, because we have plenty of teams that came in through the lower bracket, right? I'm talking about Tractor Team most and foremost. These guys, I don't think they've ever played against any of the GPT teams, not as far as I'm concerned. Sean Masters is a name that surely has lots of experience, but the team itself, in that core, I don't think they've played against any of the GPT teams at the very big stage, so it's gonna be something to watch, definitely.
Well, let's remind everyone how we got here and what's coming up next, because we don't have long to wait, do we? And we're going to take a break, though, tomorrow. But when we come back, it is going to be the grand finals, and we're going back to a best of 15, Gibson.
Best of 15. The best team will always win the more maps that you add to a tournament. And all I'm going to say is the best team will win this weekend, and we have some fantastic ones. I'm going to say something that might not make a lot of sense before I explain it, right? But I know that Falex will agree. I think for these players, the grand final lobby will be a little bit easier. Now, why I say that, it's nothing to do with the mechanical skill of these players. It's when you get to a lobby like this, these teams are a lot easier to read. They've got way more tape on how these teams rotate into circles. There'll be less, doubt about where teams are going to be at certain times. So from a macro standpoint, it'll be a lot easier for these teams. But when it comes to mechanics, this is one of the most nuts lobbies you can potentially get in Europe, and it is going to be fireworks.
I could not agree more with you, Gibson. I think we saw that at the start of the lower bracket. The first 2 days were absolutely crazy in the first 3 phases. We had, I believe, 9 teams in like phase 4 in one of the games. And why? That's because none of these teams knew the rotation timings of each other. None of the teams knew which kind of edge they prefer. None of these teams knew even the job spots were something new for some of these teams in the lobby. And especially talking about a team like BBR that usually likes to rotate straight on edge, is suddenly met with 3 or 4 teams more than they maybe expected on their part of the horizon. So, yeah, once again, I think you're absolutely right. I think these teams, with lots of preparation, obviously, will be having an easier game in the first 3 phases.
It's been a great best of 10. I've really enjoyed the last 2 days, and more importantly, thank you very much, guys, for jumping in, Falex and Gibson, for the best of 10. We're going to take a break tomorrow, as I said. We'll be back on Friday, kicking things off for the grand finals. I want to take the opportunity, though, to thank our sponsors. Obviously, Esports 360, Tulpar with the notebooks, Being Esports and all the production, everything behind the scenes as well. PUBG and also on top, PUBG Esports, but more importantly, all of you fans out there watching, stay tuned, keep an eye on the social medias, and we'll be back on the same channels, same time, but we'll be kicking things off on Friday. I'll see you guys then.